Tampa City Council workshop to order. At this time, I yield to Councilmember Carlson for today's invocation.
Thank you, sir. The Reverend Jerry Nordsick has served as the pastor of Good Shepherd Lutheran Church located in South Tampa on Dale Mabry Highway since 2021. A native Floridian from Jacksonville, Pastor Nordsick earned a bachelor's degree from Lenore Rhine University in Hickory, North Carolina in 1994 and a Master of Divinity degree from the Lutheran Theological Southern Seminary in Columbia, South Carolina in 1988. He has served 2 congregations in North Carolina and 4 congregations in Florida since his ordination in 1988. Pastor Nordsick and his wife, Wendy, are blessed with 4 adult children, and on January 19th, they became first-time grandparents to the most beautiful granddaughter in the world, Catherine. Welcome. Please stand for the invocation and the pledge.
Let us pray. Loving and gracious God, you're a giver of all good gifts, and we thank you for all who've gathered here this morning for this city council meeting and for the gifts and the talents that all bring. As our city council members serve our wonderful city, we ask that you bless them abundantly. Help them seek your wisdom, guidance, strength, and courage in all that they do. Give them insight to lead with integrity, that their decisions are for the good of all in our community who've placed their trust and confidence in their leadership. As they engage in important discussions, help them approach issues with open and inquiring minds, listening ears, and caring hearts. Inspire them to welcome differing opinions as a gift of diversity and as an opportunity to be creative as they work together. Give them humility to seek your will and a joyful spirit to enjoy the work they've been called to do. All glory and honor be to you this day, loving God. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, please.
Carlson. Hurtak.
Here.
Clendenin.
Here.
Maniscalco.
Here.
Vieira.
Here.
Miranda.
Here.
Henderson.
Present.
We have a physical quorum.
Thank you very much. All right. There is a memo that we received from Councilmember Carlson asking to continue item number 1 until the May 22nd workshop. However, if you're here to speak on item number 1, you will have the opportunity to speak on item number 1. Can I get a motion to continue to the May 22nd workshop?
So,
Motion from Councilmember Carlson, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? And then there was a request from Mr. O'Hara to flip the order of 3 and 4. So we would take 4 first and 3. We're taking those items up. We're just flipping the order. So if there are no comments or anything, we don't have to approve the agenda and the addendum. There's no, do we or no? No? Okay. All right, we're going to kick it off. Item number 1, we're not, yes.
If I could just make a comment for the public. Just a reminder, members of the public, under City Council's rules of procedure, there is no general public comment at the start of the workshop. You will have the opportunity to give the City Council your comments at the end of the presentation. Each presentation of the agenda item, at the end of their presentation, the chair will open it up for public comments. And if you wish to register to speak, there is a kiosk outside, and you have the opportunity to register for the items that you wish to speak. There's actually a QR code in chambers and outside that allows you to even do that on your phone. And Lisa Edwards, the chair's legislative aide, has been working very diligently, and we want to thank Technology and Innovation Department for actually initiating this and implementing this. So please do make use of the QR code or do make use of the kiosk if you do wish to speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Item number 1, as was mentioned, was continued to May 22nd, 2025. But if you're here to speak, we'll open it up for public comment. The first public comment speaker for item 1 is Stephanie Pointer, followed by Connie Burton and Eileen Henderson. Those are the 3 people I have signed up. Stephanie is passing. All right. Connie Burton is the next speaker, followed by Eileen Henderson.
Good morning, Connie Burton.
Yes, ma'am.
Item number 1, 20 years of living in Robles Park in the middle of what was then discovered to be a grave site. I would hope that the city would move forward beyond just, the property owners move beyond just putting up markers. A lot of harm and pain ended in the result of so many mass graves of Black people throughout this city not being recognized. But along with that, I come to also hold up the fact that today marked the 59th year that Jimmy Lee Jackson was murdered. Jimmy Lee Jackson was a young man that was participating in a peaceful demonstration of just trying to gain voting rights for Black folks, something that's still not guaranteed to all of us here in America. But it took from 1965 to 2010 for the person that killed Jimmy Lee Jackson to be only given a 6-month sentence in jail. Dr. King asked at his eulogy, who killed Jimmy Lee Jackson? Dr. King said, we know who pulled the trigger. It was a state trooper, but it was by order of the governor, Wallace. Then he said, and all of those that sit back silently and watch the murder of Jimmy Lee Jackson were equally responsible. He said white lawmakers, white churchgoers, white preachers. He called it out. He even said Black folks that sit back and watch the brutality of Black people in the Black community suffered a needless harm is equally guilty. Now, why do I bring that up? Because every week when you change and make policies like today in your workshop, your resolution 344 that was signed by the mayor said you recognize key things that you was going to be discussing to improve the quality of life of Black folks. It's nowhere on the agenda. You just move swiftly by as if it means nothing to us. And yet, instead, what you do is acknowledge things that you wouldn't even present to your community. Jobs and workshops and job fairs that do not improve the economic conditions of our community. So when the question is asked, who's responsible for this continual economic decline in the Black community? I'm looking at it. I'm looking at past administrations. I'm looking at now this present mayor. When you are not willing to move the needle forward so Black folks in this city can have a real relief of economic opportunities.
Thank you very much. Our next, and let me make sure, final speaker on item 1 is Miss Eileen Henderson. Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, I'm here to talk about item number 1. I'm definitely here to support it. It makes sense to me. Some of you were not on council when we fought to save Woodlawn Cemetery. Technically, it wasn't Woodlawn, it was private property. It was the Greater Tampa Showmen's Association. And rightfully, we had a unanimous vote. However, those folks had to do their own GPR. And they didn't do a very good one, I might add. We have another situation with Marti Cologne. Some of you were here for that. Again, a piece of property. These folks had to go and pay for their own GPR. Why are we doing that? Doesn't make any sense to me. You've got College Hill. We all know how I feel about that. We know they've done the GPR, but I'll tell you what, wouldn't it have been nice if we could have said to them, hey, we'll take care of that GPR. We'll spend the money for you. Because now we're in a fight over the fact whether they will allow us to see it or not. And that shouldn't happen. We know there are bodies there. And the city really needs to work with what's happening here in our cemeteries. Look, nobody thought we would be here today when it comes to finding these cemeteries. Nobody. We didn't know we'd be here today, but we are here today. And I've heard countless times, every fight that I've had for cemeteries, city's not in the cemetery business. And what a big mistake that is. Because from a tourist perspective, we can capitalize on that. And we can bring in those tourist tax dollars. There's a multiplier effect that we have there. But we have to find them first. And we need the city to help with that. Purchase the land, and then we make it happen. For me, it just makes sense. I know you don't want to be in the business of cemeteries, but it's here. These are walking museums. We need to embrace them, and we need to move forward with item number 1. We really, really do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me just refresh here. That is our final speaker for item number 1, so we are going to now start with item number 2, of which we have quite a few public speakers. So item number 2, if there is a presentation or the maker of the motion, which is Councilmember Miranda, do you want to start off the discussion, sir?
Chairman, I just want to make sure that we understand what the projects are and how they're moving along. I look forward to seeing the presentation that they have for the biannual capital improvement report, and I think it's best for the administration to start it off and bring up what they're looking at.
All right, Ms. Duncan, are you going to kick off the PowerPoint?
Good morning, City Council members. Jean
Good morning.
Duncan, Administrator for Infrastructure and Mobility. Yes, we're here today to present our grade 8 list of projects. We have a report that you submitted to you, and we've selected a handful of those projects to highlight today. Of course, we're available at any time during this meeting or otherwise to answer any questions. Much of the material of all these projects is on our City of Tampa website. It's on the various departments of which are the owners of those projects, whether it's mobility, whether it's fire, et cetera. We also have what we call the CIP viewer. We continually try to promote that to our citizens. You can click on that map at any time of any particular location you're interested in. It'll give you the project in that area and the basic details and where you can find more information. So, apologize. I'm not sure if CTTV is going to be going here.
There it is. It's up on the screen.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. CTTV, can you progress the slides for me if you don't mind? So if we go to the next slide here, again, just refreshing on what we mean by the grade 8. It's basically our name we've given to the internal process of all the stakeholders within the city organization that have a hand in developing and communicating these projects for further progression and for communication to the public. CTTV, if you're up there. Next slide, please. I'll carry on. Again, if you look at your handout that was provided,
There it is.
on the project summary slide, please. Again, the format of this is basic information as far as the project description, the department, the district that the project is in, what we call the owner, that point of contact person you can reach out to get basic information. We've also included project status and schedule with these updates that we give to you. We provide some funding information. We work closely with our budget department to stay accurate on that as best we can. And we also try to provide photos. Again, a lot of that content is on our website as well. So that's just sort of the framework of, thank you, framework of these presentations. We've had several of these now. So I know most of you are familiar with this whole format that we've taken to try to give you condensed information in a short period of time. Again, I'll just mention the OpenGov, make sure our public is aware of that. Our capital program is on there, again, with the basic information of all of these projects, such as description, funding, and our planning for the next 5 years. And the ARC view map, the GIS map as we call it, a load of information on there. It's very easy to use. You just click on different locations and you get the information you're looking for. So today we've picked a handful of projects that we're going to share with you. Again, we can answer questions on anything else that you want to entertain today. We've got a couple projects with our logistics and asset management team, 2 decentralization projects we want to share, our South Howard Relief Flood Project, our Fire Station 24, the TPD Howard Avenue Annex Building, and then an update on our solid waste complex relocation, the East Tampa Rec Center, and 2 of our pipes projects, one for water and one for wastewater. We thought that was a nice complement of the different projects we have going on to give you some updates on those key projects. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Adri Kalina. We've got several department leaders here today to give you these presentations.
Do you want to ask questions after each break?
I just have a question overall.
Sure.
These projects don't match the grade 8 project report that you gave to us. Is there a reason for that?
The grade 8 report has more projects in it than the PowerPoint.
Okay.
There should be, the projects that are in the PowerPoint are in the grade 8 report. There's probably twice as many projects in the report as what we're gonna present.
Okay.
We just feel like to go over every single one in the report would be quite time consuming. So each time we come before you with these meetings, we pick out a handful that are at a state of progression that we think would be of interest to you in terms of the schedule and so forth. But again, any project you want to talk about, we'll
Great.
do our best with the team we have here to answer those questions.
Thank
Or
you.
we'll certainly get back to you if we need to. So, thank you for that question. Adri?
Thank you, Jean. Good morning, Chairman and members
morning.
of Tampa City Council. Adri Colina, Director of the Department of Logistics and Asset Management. Okay, perfect. I want to begin actually by thanking Councilwoman Hurtak and Hagar. A couple of weeks ago, they spent several hours touring our fleet sites and learning more about the fleet division, and we greatly enjoyed our time with you. And so I just wanted to thank you for that. They're the behind-the-scenes team. Today, the two slides that I'm going to cover fall under our decentralization initiative, which is designed to enhance operational efficiencies by strategically locating fleet maintenance sites embedded within the user departments, so our customers. This will reduce the downtime of those vehicles because they don't have to travel from their department to the centralized location where we have serviced them for many, many years. And it will increase their vehicle availability, which ultimately affects those departments' ability to provide service to our citizens. I want to thank our stakeholders and the CAD department, budget, and T&I, because they have worked very closely with us on this initiative to make sure that we're all on the same page. For the 40th Street site, which is what you see before you on the screen, that site will service water, mobility, and contract administration. It will be their heavy equipment that we cannot service at Hannah. So the first site that we began was the Hannah site, which services light-duty vehicles. We made a commitment to that community. We wouldn't have heavy equipment there, and we've kept that. So heavy equipment will be serviced at 40th Street for the departments that I outlined. Where we are with that project, we are currently at 60% drawings, and we anticipate having them at 100% and a GMP before you in May of this year. That went through the competitive CCNA process, and the design builder selected was A.D. Morgan and Wilder Architecture. That was approved by council on April 20 of 2023. The estimated total project cost is $13.9 million. We serve, it's a round trip, 16-mile trip for them to bring their vehicle to the site that they're being serviced now. And depending on traffic, 20, 40 minutes to go round trip. So we'll help them there, expand the lifespan of the vehicle by less mileage, and improve customer service. Any questions?
Any questions? Yes, ma'am. Hurtak, Councilmember Hurtak.
Thank you. I just want to say I do appreciate the time and effort that you and your team put together for the tour. If you have not seen it, you should really go see the new fleet. It's amazing. And I was even, I did a tour with the special operations team. I was talking to them on, was it Tuesday? And I was able to tell them that they'll be able to do their radar or their officer car four-wheel drive calibration, and they were very excited about that. So I mean, there's some really great things coming, and I really appreciate your time and effort. And they even took me to the sites that we're going to be putting these things on. So so like the first building is actually a repurpose. It's not starting from scratch. So it's just I appreciate your time and effort in that.
Councilman Miranda?
No, I'm just looking at what, she was talking, I was listening, but I was also writing, not that I can do two things at once, but I was adding up the total of the projects for the it's over $450 million. right at $450 million, what I saw in the book, from what the whole 8 that you're going to speak about, somebody's going to speak about. So it's a lot of money, but it has to be done to create efficiency, to keep modernizing. All the equipment's got to be changed. This is not where you buy something, it doesn't last forever. Not only anything that you buy today, from air conditioning to auto vehicles to trucks to, and the increase in price of these things really have gone up.
Thank you. Yes, you're absolutely correct. And then the next 2 sites, which will be coming down the pike, will be our solid waste decentralization site, and then, of course, the fire fleet site.
Thank you.
All right, and so next up will be Yuan Lee, our stormwater engineering manager. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. Good morning. Please say your name.
Good morning, Yuan Li, Stormwater Engineer Manager. And South Howard Flood Relief, you are already very familiar with this project. I will give a quick summary first, and then provide an update, new activities since November, when you approved design-build initial services agreement. And then our team will try the best to address questions you may have. So the project is along the South Howard Avenue and adjacent neighborhood, where flooding has been a major concern for the past decades. In summer 2015, 23 homes in Parkland Estates reported flooding. Most recently during Milton, at least 150 homes were flooded. And in both cases, by the way, many rebuilds and reworks, repairs are still ongoing at this point. In both cases, the hospital became inaccessible, putting people's life in jeopardy. And just before Milton, and street flooding was reported from 10 very short duration but intense afternoon thunderstorms in the neighborhood and restricting people to get into their homes. So through years of engineering study, we concluded that inadequate drainage capacity is a major cause of the flooding issues. Just to put things a little bit in perspective, during Milton, hundreds of millions gallons of water were caused by the hurricane. And to offset this massive amount of water, we need a 25-acre pond to accommodate this massive amount of water. But unfortunately, in this neighborhood, we do not have that luxury. So the only other way to get the water off the neighborhood is drainage as quickly as possible to the bay. So that's exactly what this project is trying to accomplish, adding a major conveyance to drive the massive water off the bay from the neighborhood. Besides the flood relief, this project also bring many other benefits to the neighborhood, such as upgraded water, wastewater and stormwater infrastructure, and also reimagined streetscape along South Howard Avenue, and improved water quality discharges to the bay. And also we have partnership with Expressway Authority to accommodate the drainage by their expansion project. And also we're working with TICO closely to put the utility to underground. New activities since last November. So the project kicked off in January. We have a new dedicated website now available. It went live last Friday. You probably get a little bit diving through the website. There are many good resources there, and people can send up the email and get alert what's going on. And also they can provide comments by putting their name, contact information. They can also attach any documentations they want to share, such as flooding photos, things like that. And the design build team is currently working on route analysis along with data collection to support the route analysis feasibility. And also they started some early work like developing the streetscape plan. And we anticipate those work can be shared with the public in about 2 months, probably early May. We're gonna be having a public meeting to share those kind of information. And we made pretty progress working with Expressway Authority. We got their agreement back for the $11 million they are trying to contributing to this project. And our attorney sent the comments back early in February. So we are hoping to get back from them very soon. And the total budget we have for this one is $64.5 million. 39 from the stormwater improvement assessment, which was established in 2016, and $4.5 million from water department for their upgrade, and $10 million from Florida Environmental Protection Resilient Florida program. And to complement this capital improvement project, we are also doing some short-term projects in the neighborhood. For example, in Pomcia Pines, the paving started in February. And what we are doing there to adjust the paving regarding make the profile, optimize the profile and adjust the depths, and also trying to improve the drainage and by increasing the inlet capacity. And also we are doing the similar work in Parkland Estates. Operations and engineering are working very closely to improve the inlet capacity in Parkland Estate. So that's the work we are currently doing, and those work should be done in April before the rain season starts. And again, thanks for your support. Our team trying the best to address the questions you may have. And by the way, right after the Milton, we met several council members there. Thanks for visiting the neighbors and their support. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Councilman Clendenin.
So I'm looking at this map. I see two problematic things. One from the discussions on Tampa City Council. I see Bristol Avenue is still on there as a proposed option. That was specifically voted on and excluded from this council, so I don't expect to see that show up on other maps. Secondly, there was also a discussion during the time that we voted for the design build that there would be other routes that were pursued in this project, the other options pursued. Not that we were locking it into any one or given route, but that at least that they would be explored. And I'm curious, where in the project does it show that they're exploring other options?
Before our council approved this project in November, I think November 21st, we had a public meeting on November 18th. We presented the alternatives that we committed to explore alternative analysis, and that's Bristol, Swan, and Morrison. And we made it very clear that are the three alternatives we're gonna be doing the alternative analysis and come back to the public to share the findings. And after that, a concerned group went to the administration and trying to provide additional concepts. And we agreed to take a look at those concepts. And currently we are working on, internal staff are looking at those alternatives, and we'll be reporting back to our findings in the same, probably in the same time frame in early May to share our findings along with the alternative analysis that the design build team is currently working on.
Okay, so you guys are behind the scenes working on other alternatives, or at least be able to report back with us. And just confirm that Bristol is no longer going to be displayed on that as an option.
Bristol is one of the three.
Okay, that was actually
alternatives.
specifically excluded by council, so that should not be on any of these. I'm sorry, Gene, go ahead.
we appreciate that position. However, that was in the contract, that corridor was in the contract that was approved by this body. So it would be problematic to take that out at this point, but we recognize the position that some of you have and some of the.
It was voted on and passed by the body unanimously.
Well, I have to see what the time frame of that, because the contract that was approved by this body includes that corridor, is one of the options to look at.
Okay, so if that's going to be problematic, I was on the approving side of this. I may revisit that vote. So I need to have the report back to say that if that's going to be problematic.
We'll certainly do that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Hurtak, then Carlson.
Thank you. Can you please share the website that was created? Because it's not on any of this. So if you could share it so that the public knows where to go.
Sure. It's one live last Friday is shstormwater.com.
SHStormwater?
.com.
Water.com. Okay, great. Well, I will make sure to sign up myself, and I will encourage the rest of folks to do that. So I had a couple of questions about funding, and I don't see Mr. O'Hara here. So I'm going to ask either Ms. Duncan or maybe even Ms. Kopesky might be able to help me with this. So it sounds like you're working with Thea to get that $11 million. You're working on that contract. Thank you so much for that update. Now, supposedly, we have an agreement. Do we have an agreement with the FDEP for the $10 million? Do we have that money, or is it reimbursable?
Reimbursable.
Okay. And do we have a signed agreement about the reimbursableness of this funding?
We do.
Okay.
Yep.
So we don't have to worry about that. Okay, those were some of my questions, and I will also agree with Councilman Clendenin on we were expecting to see options, alternate routes. I know they were not in the contract, but that is what we all agreed to. So I really do appreciate what we'll see going forward.
Councilmember Carlson.
Yeah, I just want to make a couple statements, and then I'm sure we'll hear from the public. We know from prior testimony of the head of the department that this is not going to protect the people in Parkland Estates or Palmacia Pines for 4 years. It's not going to protect them in a major storm afterwards. Including interest, it's $130 million. In all the areas that are flooded in South Tampa, there are no new projects that have been proposed. We desperately need maintenance. It's been several months and no major maintenance is going on in Palmacia Pines. I just drove through again yesterday. In terms of the routes, as I remember, and somebody pulled up the transcript yesterday and sent it to us, Councilmember Clendenin's vote was based on looking at additional routes. I think there's some members of the community who may testify to this, but what I understand secondhand is that they went in good faith and hired a consultant, one of the top engineers in the area, to go to meet with Mr. Bide to present 5 routes. And when they presented 5 routes, the first one he said, well, we've already looked at that, we're not going to look at it again. And the other 4 he said, well, these are new routes, we're not going to look at those either. I understand that the mayor has since intervened, but Vic told that group that, as I heard secondhand, that they're not going to look at additional routes. If the contract prohibited other routes, that should have been stated clearly to the public. That everybody in the public may not have seen the contract, but it should have been stated clear to the public. The public does not want this to go down Bristol, which we already voted for, and the majority of the public does not want it to go down Howard. Unfortunately, the mayor and her staff have mostly met with a small group of people in Parkland Estates, and we know now through public records that they've given them misinformation. They've stirred up trouble in the media. They've stirred up political fighting and trouble. They've stirred up anger that I've not seen in any issue ever in this city. And the amount of the ferocity of the anger, the personal attacks are unbelievable. And now we know through public records, which if the neighborhood hasn't sent them yet, they're going to send them. We know was stirred up by the mayor's staff. The public is asking why. A $130 million project that's not going to work. It's going to tear up Howard. It's going to potentially tear up Bristol, tear up the neighborhood. The neighborhood association, the vast majority of neighbors in Parkland Estates are against this, despite what the few say. And we know that it's not going to help Palmacia Pines either. As I pointed out to Vic in the meeting, Palmacia Pines was never on the map. It was not on the website. There are a few little things that are being done now, but a serious look at Palmacia Pines, we've talked to many engineers now, a serious look at Palmacia Pines would include a serious project where they would be included. They were included obviously for political reasons. Why is it that the mayor and her staff have met 3 or 4 times with a small group of people, but just have met once with the neighborhood leaders who were elected by the neighbors in Parkland Estates? There's no need to stir up trouble about this. What we need to do is bring honest solutions. And since folks, even the people that are for it and were against short-term solutions, now they're starting to see that we needed short-term solutions, even though they heckled us when we proposed them before. And what we need to do is find short-term solutions. We need to cancel this project. It was approved under false pretenses, misinformation that was presented to us in the community. We need to cancel it and start over and create an honest look at what the solutions are, because the people, all the people in these neighborhoods deserve to be protected, as do the people in the rest of the city whose houses were flooded. Thank you.
Miranda, Councilman Miranda.
I don't know what to say after that. I can only tell you that I've never been pressured one way or the other way. No one's ever told me what to vote and how to vote. No one's ever pressured me one way or the other, because I tell them to go to hell. But we have engineers for the city. We have engineers from everywhere. We have people that know a lot more. And there's a difference of opinion, let me just say that. So it's come to time that as we talk and push this further into somewhere else, that bay is 3 degrees warmer at this time than it was last year. So what do you think is going to happen? You're going to get a couple of drops of water and that's it? There's no more wind, there's no more nothing. We're playing with dynamite, and all we got to do is light the fuse. And the way I see it going, we're about to light the fuse. And if that happens, not only will that area be flooded, but most of downtown will be gone. And other neighborhoods will be in the same boat. And I'm not trying to scare anybody, but we have a problem in this country. You know what it's called? Elected officials, including myself. So until we listen to people that we pay to do what they got to be done, the public pays them. All of us pay them. And always jump on their case that they haven't done the right thing. And I'm not questioning anyone. I question myself then and tell myself, what am I doing here? You all are the experts, whether I like you or not. It's your responsibility and your immediate boss's responsibility and the head of the department responsibility. And then finally, this council and the mayor to say yea or nay. So you either get it up or you get it down. But I'm never going to tell you that you ain't worth a damn until you prove it to me. And that has not been proven. So as I sit here, I wonder where we're going. Everything here is already going to the next election. I really don't care about the next election. I care about the problems we have today with the city of Tampa and the need to fix these infrastructure problems that we've had. And we spent a lot of money in doing these things. The pipe program was billion plus, and that's working fine so far. It gets to be sickening to come here to work, not for me, because I love it. You can either go up or you can go down. Don't bother me one damn bit. You know why? In life, you don't win every game in sports. You don't win every operation you make. You don't win anything that's not winnable, but you try. You try to fix it. And that's what we're trying to do. And the people anywhere in the city, nowhere if it's Parkland Estate, they have the right to have a different opinion. But at least give us a chance to prove us wrong. What are they getting in South Howard if it happens? Something noise, but we've never done it. Wider streets, underground, electrical. I mean, they will, something happens, they're going to have electricity. A much better avenue to look at. And I'm not against what's happening I want to protect the people. It's my city's operation, as I understood it when it first started, that there was gonna be some way of moving traffic in and out at a slower rate, but we'll have Howard open to some degree, so traffic can still come in and out. One of the world's finest restaurant, Burns, is there. You can't get a reservation in Burns if you knew God for at least 3 or 4 months. You know why? Because they treat you right. They give you a great meal at a reasonable price. What more do you want? And others there that are there. The teacher operation that Mr. Michelini represents and comes here and gives all these awards to different people that do something spectacular for the city. I'm not against them, but I got to get this damn project done. And I'm not going to waste my time sitting here waiting to hear all this BS, and I'm not talking about Barbara Streisand. So what the hell am I doing here? Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Councilman Vieira, then I'll go back to Councilmember Hurtak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And, you know, it's funny because there are times when in a district, there's tough issues, and I appreciate Councilman Carlson's position and procedure. I remember 7-8 years ago in Forest Hills, we had an issue on the Babes of Harrius with the curfew spray, and it divided that community a lot, and there's still people there that don't like me or trust me because of my position on that and how I went, and I appreciate that, and that's certainly part of public office. I always tell people, you're going to make people angry, might as well do it for what you think is right, and take the hits for doing what you think is the right thing. You know, and speaking of that, for me on this issue, I'm going with city professionals on it. That's what I'm going. I listen to everybody. I've had Councilman Miranda mention some folks. I've talked to people, continue to have conversations, but that's who the highest amount of deference in this particular situation I give to. I know issues have been mentioned with Bristol, and we can, if need be, roll the tape on the day of the vote. That's fine. But I remember that was voted on before Helene and Milton. And again, a bunch of different issues. I would say, though, in deference to what Councilman Clendenin said, that, you know, in doing this is obviously it's a controversial project for some. And so, you know, the need for continued community engagement as well as elected official engagement, like obviously is happening right now, you know, is open and obvious for a project like this. And so that's why briefings like this are so important, so that we see that, you know, all avenues are exhausted to mitigate the harm that's going to come from this to the surrounding area and the immediate impact. It's going to be time limited. I always say this whenever I mediate cases, that in life there's things that are black and white, and then there's a lot of gray. This is one of those grays. I opted for the side of the gray that I think supports the greater good. And I hope that we continue to stay there. So for me, this is not a issue of politics or what have you. It's just, you know, came to my position, and it's on anybody's political list, by the way, up here. I'm not saying that because it's people make inferences or whatever, just saying for me, I came to my conclusion based on after Helene and Milton and listening to professionals and talking to people in the neighborhood, and I did make a promise to people in the neighborhood on how I would vote. And again, had nothing to do with politics. I announced I'm not running for mayor. It has nothing to do with that. I did that for a reason, so that, you know, whenever we deal with issues like this, it wouldn't be like, oh, he's positioning himself. No. I'm just, again, I just objectively went with the information where I saw it. Like I say on everything, if there's other objective, equally powerful or greater information out there, please give it to me so that we can consider. I think that's what's important. So again, I'm going with what I objectively consider to be the greater good on this, and I hope that we don't have any unreasonable delays on this. Again, if members of council want information, things have been mentioned on Bristol, on alternative routes, to make sure that we consider everything, I'm all for that. I think that's wonderful. Again, we've got to make sure that we do this in the most collaborative, inclusive way with all of the stakeholders there. But I just don't want anything that serves as real big delay on this, because again, I think that, again, I speak for Luis Vieira, I made my commitment on this, and I intend to, with the information I have, go through on it, because I think it's the greater good, and in my opinion, just the right thing to do. But thank you.
Councilmember Hurtak, Clendenin.
Thank you. I had one more question I didn't ask, and this goes for several of the projects in this presentation. It says estimated project completion 2027. Is that fiscal year or calendar year? and what quarter can we expect? Because it's a really big year, so if we could sort of narrow it down, because that's a while away, but quarter one of 27 might be a little closer. So I would ask that in the future, if you could, I mean, even if it's not perfect, just a nice, whether it's fiscal year and what do we expect quarter-wise, because that's really what the public, they want the project done, but having a little bit of expectation around it is helpful.
Appreciate that suggestion. We've talked about how to best capture those timeframes. And it's sort of like we want to be conservative, but we want to be accurate. We don't want
Sure.
to overpromise and underdeliver. We are working on a quarter target versus a year target. And we don't want confusion between fiscal and calendar, so appreciate that suggestion. We're actually working on that. And I do want to add that even though it looks like a long time frame, as each segment is constructed, which is about 2 months per segment, to get it out of the way of those businesses quickly, as each segment is constructed, we are seeing the progressive benefit of the project. We don't wait to the very end to see the benefit. So each time we get a construction segment done, we're getting more benefit, more mitigation coming in. So thank you for the question.
Okay, then I'll back it up a little bit just to, if things go as, you know, the timeline goes with what you're expecting right now, if everything goes smoothly, when do you expect to begin the project? Like between 1 or 2 quarters, when do you expect to begin it if everything goes perfectly?
I'll let you answer because we've got early work
Okay.
that will be coming up, so I'll let you
Right, so our target for the design is 18 months. So we started January, so we are shooting for probably 26, summer 26. We
So
should
for-
be done with the design phase.
Okay, so shovels in the ground in summer of 26.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Clendenin and then Carlson.
Okay, so a couple of things. One, let's start with basics on contracts. Contracts can be amended, contracts can be added to, there can be addendums, there's lots of, so, you know, that's, I'm sure there's probably not a single contract that the city of Tampa enters into that from the beginning to the very end that we haven't entered, you know, renegotiated or added something to or taken something away. That's just a common part of business. So let's just take that as an assumption. Something Charlie Miranda said I wanted to echo down on. So the very first time we were briefed on this, I was assured that there would always be access to, very, very, very first briefing, early on in this project, that businesses on South Howard would always have access. Now, as this progressed, that changed, but the very, very first thing I was assured that all businesses would have access, that they would not be cut off. On something you just said about the project, maybe I don't understand hydrology, even though I studied it for a couple of years in college. But until this entire system is connected to an outfall, I don't see how it could be incrementally helpful. Because until the project is fully flowing, the water's just going to accumulate wherever it's accumulating. It's got to go to the outfall before it really is.
We start at the outfall.
Okay, so it's going
we
to start at
work
Bayshore.
northward.
So it's starting at Bayshore.
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Well, that's a good answer. Thank you. Okay, good. Because I was like, how does that work?
Yeah,
Okay.
I see it would not make sense the other way around.
Yeah,
So
I was
good
going to go. That
question.
doesn't make sense to me because
Right.
because all this discussion about that. So, and lastly, this is part of that. Again, it's part of that frustration, and this I think it's the average citizen's frustration with government. Is why not? And it's the why not. Maybe it'll cost a little bit extra money, but at least why can't we put it to maybe the plan is perfect. Maybe this is the absolute perfect plan. But why not explore fully flush out 1 or 2 of the other options so that we can actually look at this and say, and so that we can look at everything on the table at the same time saying, okay, this is what this option provides, this is what that option provides, this is how much it costs, this is how much this costs. Because clearly the impact, I mean, I know, and if it comes down that we're going to have to suck it up and everybody's going to have to suck it up, then so be it. Somebody's going to have to suck it up. But I think there's still some unanswered questions, and I think that was my point during this discussion when we passed the contract, is ensuring that at least these things are flushed out, that these discussions are made or had, and we have this, And all of these ideas are out there on the table. Everything is full of sunshine. Whether you're Burns Steakhouse or whether you're the person working, living in Parkland Estates with water lapping up on your door, or up in Palmacia Pines, that they can really see that full transparency that we looked at this way, we looked at this way, we looked at this way, we looked at these options, we looked at pumping, we looked at, and you know what? The best option we could come up with is X, Y, and Z. And that's what I think we're sort of missing, because I think people feel like that those things weren't fully, at least in the public, at least from my view, are not fully flushed out.
You're absolutely correct. You've hit it on the mark. Exactly what you described is what we're planning to present in May.
Okay.
Part of the problem with this project for us has been, everyone wants the answers before we've even gotten started. We just got started officially in January, and we appreciate the chance to get started.
Thank
We
you.
want to bring a simple comparison of all the alternatives we've received, the ones we had already planned to look at, and show how those stack up in terms of costs, timeframes, impacts to, construction impacts that are inconvenient, tree impacts, the whole gamut of things that are touched when we, build something, and show very simply to everyone how they are flushed out and what looks like the quickest, most reasonable, feasible option to go with. And that's what we're planning to do in May.
Well, thank you, Ms. Duncan. That's exactly, and that would exactly meet the expectations, and it would meet the expectations of what we discussed during that meeting about having that discussion too. So if that is what's happened and these things are still on the table and we're still discussing those, and you're going to bring those facts to us in May, I would very much appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Carlson.
Yeah, the statement was just made that we've just started. It sounds a lot like what was said to us a few months ago when this was approved, when you asked the question, will all options be reviewed? And the answer was something like, we're going to take, that's why we need to start, because we need to look at it. Well, we already know that if we're just starting and we need to go through the process, then why is Howard already picked? Why are there only 3 options, which are just 3 connect to Howard? That's the problem, is that they're not doing an honest review of it. And we know from public records that the reviews done before, now that other engineers have looked at them, those were not thorough analyses. And now the excuse is signed and sealed and all this. And for some reason, this is one of those projects that either the staff or the administration absolutely wants, like toilet to tap. We know in the case of toilet tap, we were presented misinformation. We finally killed it 3 times. And so it's not that we should just blanket trust everybody on something. If administration wants something for political or whatever reasons, they'll push for it. In this case, the mayor now has stepped in to force the administration to look at, to force the department. The department said no, they were not going to look at any new options. They just said that last week. And now the mayor has stepped in to I guess, force them to look at it. But if the mayor forces them to look at new options, that means the contract has to be changed. Well, if the mayor can change the contract, why can't we? We already stated in the beginning, we voted before the contract, we weren't going to include Bristol, but somehow I guess it got squeezed in. Just like on Franklin Street, we ordered that red light be pulled out, and somehow it was put back in, and the contractor had to take it out. If we were dealing with an administration and staff that were working with us well, that would be fine. And by the way, most of the stormwater department people work very well to go through on other projects. But the problem is in the leadership, we're bound and determined to get this done. The other engineers and experts who have looked at this outside, and folks in the neighborhood now have called experts all around the country and some around the world. They not only laugh at the process because it's so incomplete and not scientific, but they also laugh because putting culverts down a street is like 50-year-old technology. Cities don't do that anymore. It's not a reasonable thing that cities should do. And somehow the administration has sold us on an old idea, a bad idea that's going to harm the community in lots of ways, including this neighborhood itself, and is not going to be effective in a major storm. So in 4 years or 5 years, we'll be sitting here after spending $130 million, and the neighborhood's going to flood again, and they're going to come to us and ask us why. And the reason why I'm pushing right now is not for political reasons, is because it's my district. I have a duty to make sure these folks don't get flooded. There's no short-term solution for them. And the long-term solution is not going to prevent them from being flooded in a hurricane. Let's look at not only other routes, but better technology, more modern technology to fix this. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you much, and this will be my last tone on this subject matter. I'm not here to talk about what happened yesterday, but I can tell you about more than yesterday. Some 30 years ago, back in the 90s, mid-90s, Mayor Greco asked me to go to the office, and I think Mayor Greco's still here, so am I. We're both on this side of the asphalt still. But Fernando Noriega, who was there, no longer here. And the conversation was about flooding all of South Tampa. And I remember the figure that he threw up back, this is 30 years ago, was over $3 billion. And you know why? You had to go north, like 20-some miles or 30 miles, with a pipe. Water doesn't travel very well going north. It travels real easy going south. You had to pump it up with motors from electricity, build a reservoir in a 400 or 500 acre place that you have to buy, about 6 or 7 or billion gallons of water, so you can bring the water up. And we weren't even sure you could fix it then. You know why? Because we don't know how much water is going to fall. We keep abusing nature, and we think it's a joke. We think it's something that's not going to happen. Look what happened in Kentucky and Tennessee. Look what happened in West Virginia. Look what happened in South Carolina just recently, a week ago. So, look what happened in California. Not only get fire, they had mudslides. What does it take for us to understand that we're not doing the right thing? I'm really at awe about this. I just don't understand it. If you drive down the Bayshore Boulevard, you see pipes about 16, 20 inches, about 15 or 20 or 30 of them. That's where the water drains into the bay. Now, I'm not real smart, and I don't claim to be a genius. But I'll tell you one thing, the volume of water by weight coming in versus the volume of water going out, it's 1% versus 100% coming in. So when the volume of water hits that water when it's high tide, where do you think the water's going? You think it's going to continue to go out? Now, maybe this council or this mayor, somebody can tell me that there's other reasons that you can take the water. Well, tell me where it's going. If water naturally drains south, doesn't drain north. So if that volume of water is 100 times more, and it is, because you've got billions and trillions of gallons versus thousands and millions going out, but when it hits, the water's going to come right back where it came from. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. What's the next project?
Next up, we have Chief Tripp to talk about Fire Station 24, and our CAD representative here to support her as needed. Thank you, Chief Tripp.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
Good morning, Council. Barbara Tripp, Fire Chief for Tampa Fire Rescue. Hope you all are having a blessed, thankful Thursday. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about the TFR Station 24. Of course, this has been ongoing. We started back in 21 looking for property, and of course, we did have some city property up at Greco area. So this is kind of like on the southern part on Greco, right off of that recreation center, the southern part right off of Whiteway. I guess through the measurements of 2 parcels being put together, it's right at about 3 acres. And so we're looking to put approximately like 1,100 square foot fire station there. As I go back to 21 and into 22, when we added another resource to Station 13 to help out per Councilman Vieira request to help out the north end because the call volume was very extreme and basically unsafe for a lot of the firefighters to fight. So we added some additional resources to the station. Now we've been looking for some place or some property to house them, and we've located this position. They can go to next slide.
There's a clicker up there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I have the same problem. See if I can help you.
Oh,
There we go.
okay. Thank you. All right. Thank you. So once again, this is just some brief information talking about where it's located, the 1,100 square foot of what we're going to put at that location. That is the plan, and basically to just help with the continued growth of it. We have not started the design yet. We haven't had the kickoff meeting, and that's forthcoming, and looking forward to that. So this is the location, as I stated, if you look at the Greco complex area, and like I said, it's just the south west of that location. And we are looking to take those parcels that belong to the city and combine them together. And once again, this is just gonna help out with the resources, the call volume that's up in that North Tampa area to kind of decrease the workload for the one apparatus that's in that area. And of course, definitely going to help out with the growth of the city. The cost that they have, of course, it's been projected at 24 million, and of course, definitely going to do everything we can to try to decrease that amount as much as possible. And that is all I have, unless you have questions for me.
Well, up first, I just want to thank you for your leadership.
Thank you.
On this. This is a long time coming, and also Councilman Vieira, who's been fighting and pushing for this, and the support of council for getting this done, because it's so needed. I mean, we hear from the union, we hear from your team, we hear from the community, and again, I just want to say thank you publicly. Councilmember Vieira, you were first. Councilmember Hurtak, Miranda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. And yes, and I agree with the thanks. I remember, Chief Tripp, when did you first come in? Was it 21?
Yes, I was officially sworn in June of 21.
Yeah, and I remember your first order of business was Station 25, because the issues at Station 13, it was funny. I laugh about this. I remember when you allowed me to pretty much spend the night at Station 13. I'll be honest, that was beyond kind of you, you know, as an attorney, I look back and I'm like, okay, cool. You know what I mean? So I appreciate that. I was laughing about that with a firefighter a couple weeks ago. But this continues to be urgent. We got the solid down payment that you fought for when you got in on Station 25, which is great, which really helps out the folks over at Station 13. And I know we're seeing improved numbers. Before that, as you know, Station 13 was 1 out of 23 stations, but took up 1 out of 7 calls, the 54th busiest station in the United States of America, and we're building better on that, which is great. Station 25, or 24, excuse me, is going to be finishing that, which is really good. Let me ask you, if I may, Chief, when it comes to that timeline, because I know that you know, you feel the sense of urgency, obviously, as the fire chief more than anyone, and we were all frustrated a little bit in looking at that proposed timeline. Has there been any amendment to that timeline, ma'am, on either groundbreaking or ribbon cutting?
So prior to this PowerPoint, the information I was given as far as the timeline, it kind of started off with the timeline starting in March of 26 and finishing in 27. So I don't know if that's changed any.
Is there anyone here who can answer that?
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm not aware of any change. And I just want to clarify, there was some misunderstanding. We'll apologize on our side for that, that the design was approved in 22 or 23.
Yep.
That was approving the funding for the process to start for the design. So we apologize if there was miscommunication on what that really meant, what that phrase meant. But we're on track as of today, like we said. I don't know if Sarah has any other thing to say about that, but she's assisting our fire chief with the project in terms of the contract administration side of things. As far as I know, as far as we've talked recently, we're still on track. Sarah, if you want to chime in, because you have the absolute latest details.
Sarah Rodriguez from Contract Administration. We're still on track, and we will have a better and more like definite schedule once we have the kickoff meeting for the design, so we can provide that information later on.
Are you referring to what's printed here? I see that they have a project completion of 28.
It is the fiscal year.
So that's and it's funny, as I'll say it, as the fire chief, you want to move with vigor and maybe I'll just say what what I think you're thinking, which is frustration. That's all I'm going to say. And you're shaking your head, and I'll just say which is frustration, which is we, as I recall, we dealt with this in the 2023 budget in September of 2023. I think funding design, and then in 24 we started funding. We a year ago we started with the bonding that would fund this. So to have this completed in 28, just there's a lot of frustration on that, right? To have that completed in 28 and to have groundbreaking in March of 2026. So, you know, our message is to do everything that we can to speed that along. Because again, and I know we're all talking among friends here on the purpose, but this is something that is sorely and badly needed in North Tampa. It represents, I think, the first project, like I said, that when Chief Tripp got in here that she started working on, and this completes that. So to have it finish in 28, for me, and I don't speak for all council members, but that's just way too out there. And to even have a groundbreaking in March of 26, I would love to see it sometime this year, right? And I know this year it's going by fast, but I'd love to see that. Just because of, again, the sense of urgency that we all have, including Chief Tripp. Yes, ma'am.
Councilman, we hear you loud and clear. The project is on the most expedited schedule that is possible. We would be happy to share more specific details on that. But we have met recently, we've heard you previously, and we've examined that schedule now that we have the design team on board to start, which they have started. So there's some float in the schedule, and we're going to be pinching down on that float as much as possible. But this is a high priority for us. We want to support the fire department with getting this done, and so we're committed to you to do this as quickly as we possibly can. And we're going to stay on that track all the way through.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for that. And again, a couple of things, which is by making that motion to look at October, November of this year, I think, and again, and I'm certainly not in the professional position, I'm just an elected official in this capacity, that we can shave some time off. That's what I'm looking at. I'm not looking at what has happened in the past. It is what it is. I'm not here to, do whatever testimony impeachment on anybody. I just want to look at what's happening in the future and to expedite this as much as possible. And one other thing I would mention, I know it's not on this, but I know last week we had a big movement forward on the fleet maintenance. So, I mean, if we can finish by the end of our term here, Station 24, and get real movement on fleet maintenance, that'll open up Station 9 in West Tampa to further expand service to that growing community. That is finishing off with a bang and a big win for Tampa Fire Rescue. So that's, again, I like to focus on the positive, because there is a lot of positive, but we gotta get it moving there. And when I say hustle, I don't mean that anybody's not hustling, but continue to hustle to get it there, because that is a tall order. That is a tall order. Fleet maintenance and 24 by the end, but I think we can do it. And so again, I'm here to provide a word of encouragement and to support y'all in what you do, but to make sure that we move forward, continue to move forward with vigor. Because again, I'm not looking at the past. Let's continue to move forward with vigor in the future. So that's my message. Thank you.
Hertak Clendenin.
Thank you. You are a lot nicer than I'm going to be, because this is clearly not a high priority. A high priority is not something that takes 3 years. That's disingenuous to say. If this was a high priority, we would have started it in 2024 when it was supposed to be started, and it wasn't, and we're having to fight for this. It is not acceptable for 3 more years. It just isn't. It's not acceptable. I would put more money toward this to expedite it than I would put toward any other public safety project, including the one that's about to come next. What upsets me is that when I just did my ride-along for Station 1, you and Chief Tripp and I talked about the kickoff being, I believe, this week.
Yes.
What
Actually, it was
happened
last week. So one of the employees was sick and it was postponed.
And that's just not okay. We should be able to move forward without one individual person. I am not okay with that. Again, if it was a high priority, we would have had that kickoff meeting this week, last week, because I remember that was one of the things that you were very excited to share with me when I visited Station 1. So I am upset because this is not moving in the direction it should, with the speed it is. I believe that Councilmember Vieira motioned for monthly updates on this, so I expect that we'll be much further along at the next monthly update, and not. I do not see this as the high priority that it was called.
Clendenin, Carlson.
Well, just to let you know, it's definitely a high priority on my side, so
Oh,
whatever I
I
can
know
do
that.
for you.
I'm not talking about you.
Thank you. You know, and honestly, I agree. I think that I appreciate your position on this, and I know that nobody wants their equipment and nobody wants their facilities and nobody wants everything that you want more than the chief does for the betterment of the department. And I know being a manager in government, it's frustrating dealing with some of the bureaucracy and how slow things move. And I expressed that frustration that I had last week about an issue, and I think you hear it today. I mean, there is, because we are now, this council's 50% through our term, and I think that's what Councilman Vera just said. That so we're looking at deadlines hopefully to be able to complete some accomplishments, because we know that in 2 years our continuation, some of us will be here and some of us won't. So we're trying to get some of this stuff done for the community and for the citizens and for the employees and for the people that are out there, fighting for our safety and both fire and police and wastewater and fresh water and picking up our, we're trying to fight for everybody. I have a suggestion. This isn't for you, Ms. Tripp, but this is for Ms. Duncan and Adrian, anybody else that has a buy in this issue. So when I think some of this is messaging and how we market, because when we talk about estimated construction costs of $24 million, if I understand this correctly, that $24 million is not just the construction of the building. That's building this building out as a fire station, and it even includes equipment and stuff. Correct?
Yes, I believe that's FFE and everything.
So I think we probably when we start, that's what I thought. So I think in all of these projects, now coming again as somebody that's only been here for a couple of years, but I'm starting to see these things. When we're selling these projects and talking about this, I think it would be better if we do a better job of every one of these projects, cost of actual, because otherwise it looks like we're spending like $2,500 a square foot to build this building, which people would be going, what are we building, a marble Taj Mahal? But I think if we were able to design costs, construction costs, build out costs, I think if we broke those things down for every single project, I think it would be easier for us to understand, how that works and maybe make things seem more reasonable, because I can't tell you how many times from arbitrary, I get weird calls and emails from arbitrary people like, well, why are we spending $24 million to build a fire station? XYZ city someplace else only spent $6 million, and look at that, and I'll get a picture of this beautiful building. And, and I have to go back and explain to them, this is the complete build-out cost. This isn't just the cost of the mortar and the cement and the doors and all of that. So I think we probably need to do a better job as we prep these things just for the sale of the projects and for the public understanding of how much money of taxpayer money we're actually spending and what we're spending it on. And I think it's easier for even the 7 of us to understand that too, to really digest into what those dollar figures mean. And again, I know it's easy to in the course of government to accept the slow paces, but I said it last week. I said, man, some of the stuff we just got to get done. I don't know what that process looks like, but on some of these high priority, you've got to do that shot to the moon project. We're gonna buckle down and say we're gonna hit the moon, and let's see how we can shave some time off of these things and how we can prioritize it and get these projects through. And I appreciate the fact that everybody that was involved in finding this property at the Greco property, it's not the perfect. It's because, the city's all that way. But, with the stadium construction up there and other things that are happening in that area, it's an important project. It's an important project for the city and safety. So I really would like to see our little version of the Fire Station Moon project of how we can cut this project timeline. Thank you.
I think it's a great suggestion, if you don't mind me just answering real quick. Being that you've asked for monthly updates, the Contract Administration Department, which is Sarah Rodriguez, by the way, is our manager. That's why I wanted you to see her a little bit more. We are looking forward to working with Chief Tripp on those monthly updates, so she and we can share with you, at least for this first update, the architect team that we have. We're supporting Chief Tripp with hiring her project manager. This is her project, so she needs to have, staff that she can delegate to make sure the project's moving along quickly. So we'll share that with you on this first meeting, and also our schedule and why that schedule is what it is and how we anticipate trying to crank it down as much as we can, as well as how those costs are shared amongst the different components of the fire station.
Yeah, maybe y'all could have a sit-down meeting amongst the vested parties, between yourself and the chief and everybody that has a piece of this puzzle, and say, okay, look at it as, okay, this is a priority project. Where can we cut this timeline down? I mean, maybe y'all need to have that type of a, spitball meeting to prioritize it. Maybe that would help.
Yeah, we've already identified many of the float opportunities.
Right.
So as we progress, we'll be looking to how to minimize that float.
Great.
Float meaning it's sort of time that's built into the schedule,
Yeah.
anticipating unknowns.
And I know
So-
some of it is staffing, and that we're running on a lean staff, and we have everybody's workload is, for people who are listening to this, y'all don't realize how overworked our staff is. I mean, everybody's portfolio is just crazy, and so it was funny when we talked about in our budget meetings. Everybody's portfolio is they're overburdened. I mean, people are doing 2 or 3 jobs, so I get that, so I understand that. But on something like this, it would be nice to be able to see if we can cut some of that time down. Thank you.
Councilman Vieira. Yeah?
No, it's okay. I kind of agree with, the folks up here in terms of timelines. It seems to lose the momentum. The one thing that's been fought for up here is, fire stations. And so it just kind of surprises me that the timeline is the way that it is, and I don't know how we can expedite it, but initially, when it first came out, I thought it was gonna be 26, 27, and now it seems to be rolling into 28. And I just don't know how that happens. It happens even with smaller projects. We paid for the 2 houses, the Johnson houses, and those projects still aren't started, so for me, all of our infrastructure projects, as soon as they're presented, we should know what the possibility of the timeline is right away, so the public knows, we know, and it's not this constant, kicking the ball down the road, because that's what it feels like. But thank you for your report.
Councilman Vieira.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so what I was going to say is that on the next, I know we have, I think it's going to be quarterly in person and then monthly by writing. I would, and we can do a motion on this, that the next in-person report, there be, statements done or actions done and with statements in front of council on what's being done to move forward the groundbreaking to this year. Again, if we're talking about March of 2026, a couple months can be shaved off, and to get the opening in 27. That's not an unreasonable request. That's 2 years from now. This will be, I think, the 3rd fire station in North Tampa since I've been in office. Other ones, I know 25 was a lot different than 23, but I just know from going off of 23, which is on County Line Road, and everything that was done there. So, I'll make that motion if I may. May I, Mr. Chair?
Let's wait for Councilman Carlson to speak. I'm going to
Yes,
say
sir.
something and then
Please. Yeah, and it'll. Yeah.
Let's do it can you hold it until at the end of the meeting?
At your discretion.
Okay. Councilmember Carlson.
Yes, sorry, Mr. Chair, my light went on and off as I was trying to think of what to say. Last week, Councilmember Clendenin talked about slow walking projects, and it's a very frustrating thing for us in the community. Jackson House, the Tampa Union Station, any project that the administration doesn't prioritize. Tampa Union Station, it's leaking water, and we first funded it 4 or 5 years ago through the CRA, and now I think finally, thanks to all the staff, Abby and others who are moving it forward, I think it's going to move forward now. But why would we have a historic city building where the renovation and repairs are funded by the CRA and just nobody wants to work on it. I mean, it obviously is, somebody upstairs is saying, don't do it, or slow walk it until after an election, or we don't care about this building, we want it to fall apart. In this case, on fire stations, the rumor is that I've heard from several current and former employees is that the mayor has told all of her senior people she does not want fire stations. And then even after the election, that she celebrated that she got made 4 years without building a new fire station. And I've not directly asked the mayor whether that's true or not, but a way to disprove it would be that I would ask that the mayor send a letter to Chief Tripp and to contract administration, copying all of us, saying that this is a high priority of her administration, that the safety and well-being of our community and our citizens is important and as a priority, and that she would ask contract administration to move forward on this as quickly as possible. That would be a great help to us to know that that the mayor has ordered the staff to move quickly. And then at that point, if the staff can't move any more quickly, that would be fine. But at least it would dispel rumors that the mayor does not want any fire stations during her tenure. The fact that it's not going to be done until 2028 kind of hints that that rumor is true. So hopefully it's not, and the mayor can send a letter.
Thank you very much. I would say we should embrace the philosophy of everything is Julian B. Lane Park, because we voted for that almost 10 years ago, and the deadline was for Mother's Day weekend, and it was open Mother's Day weekend. You know, and that was a massive $36 million project. It's a huge park. It's a huge undertaking. We have to use that philosophy in everything that we do. A fire station, public safety is something that is absolutely critical. We see the population growth in the community. We see the demand. I want to see Chief Tripp continue to succeed in her leadership. I want to support her 100%. I think, you know, what is it, make haste, and you know, the mayor has just over 2 years to go. Let's do as much as possible. You know, many wonderful projects have come out of this administration, from pipes all the way down. This is one of those things that we say, hey, we built something that was needed. Again, I go back to Julian Lane because I didn't believe that the Buckhorn administration would be able to do something that big so quickly. And I document everything with photographs, from the machine to break ground, the digger. I think the mayor was on that. And by that Mother's Day weekend 2017, we were all celebrating on that stage that the park was done. The park was necessary. It's a wonderful, beautiful project. But this is a fire station, something that everybody's been asking for. And again, you know, time is of the essence here, and whatever you can do, I'm here to support you 100%. We have a great team, you know, the funding, whatever it is, but this is and should be a very high priority project.
Question.
That was the close.
I just have a question.
Go ahead.
Does anybody know when the USF Stadium is supposed to be completed?
I don't know offhand, but I'm a Bulls
I
alumni, so I
can't
hope it's
remember.
soon.
28, okay. I mean, I know this definitely has to be completed by then, so I mean, that's kind of, should be our absolute drop dead date, to make sure that thing's done before that infrastructure is put in there. Okay, thanks.
All right, next is the other Howard Avenue.
Yes, we've got TPD up next, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so that stadium's going to be completed fall of 27, FYI.
Okay.
Right, good morning, Council. I'm Major Patrick Messmer with TPD. Assistant Chief Kate is the project manager for this project on the TPD side. She is out of the office this week, so I'm acting Assistant Chief. That's why I'm before you this morning. So this is the Howard Avenue Annex building. I think we all know why this building is being constructed. So we were originally, our impound lot was on South 34th Street. We had to vacate that facility in order to support solid wastes expansion of their facilities in order to provide better service and more efficiency to the citizens. They were tied to the 34th Street area because that is where their operations are. Our impound lot that was located out there did not need to be down there, so we had to look for a different facility to use for this. So currently, a lot of our evidence is being stored at a temporary off-site location, in addition to some of the evidence across the street at our headquarters building. And this particular facility is actually going to incorporate all of our evidence along with our forensics investigations unit at the same location. That will save money, that will save some time, make it more effective and more efficient for citizens to go to one place when they have to recover evidence or property and pick that up. Other agencies such as Orlando have seen success with this model. They have their forensics and evidence facility together as well, and that works very well for them. Also, part of our long-term strategic plan, of course, our building next door was built in 1962. That's not going to last forever, so by spending some money here and incorporating two very, very large footprint units in the facility next door, that will actually reduce the size of a future station that we will have to build, and will eventually save money there. So we are currently in the design and permitting stage. The design has been done. The permits were submitted, I believe it was late January, to the permitting office. We're hoping to hear back sometime by late March on the permitting. At that point, this is turned into a design bid build project. So after the permits are done, we're going to put that out for bid. We don't want to do that until the permits are completed. In case the permitting office has some suggested changes, we don't have to go rebid the project a second time. So our goal is to have the project bid sometime in March, to have a contract in front of this council sometime in June to award the build portion of it. We will start on that, and what I'm being told is that we're hoping for about a December 2026 date for the construction to be over. Obviously, there's going to be 2 hurricane seasons in there, so the weather could change that. The estimated construction cost that's been approved so far is $40 million, and like was mentioned in the previous presentation, that also includes the soft costs that are associated with the project as well, not the only construction costs. Multiple funding sources that have been identified for this specific project as well. And then we have the renderings from the design process along with a photograph of the current site that has been unimproved as it currently is. And with that, I will answer any questions council may have.
Thank you very much. I have a few questions. $40 million project, I saw a completion date. Did you mean to say December of 2027?
So we're being told December of 2026
Okay.
is the projected completion date, that fiscal year 2027.
So that brings me back to the previous item of, a fire station that has taken years to build. This is a massive project. I know exactly where the site is. $40 million. I've taken a tour of, I've been in, Big Blue, a block away, to see what the forensics lab looks like, and it's a very small space. It's an old building from the early 1960s. I get it. I made a phone call to the CFO the other day, which I rarely do, but, concerns of, what's going to happen moving forward in the current political climate. It was talked about, or it's being talked about, elimination of property taxes in the state of Florida, from the federal level down, auditing the government, auditing this, certain new agencies that have been created. I know that bonding and finance is going to be part of the next topic. We've approved a lot of multi-million dollar projects, and this is another $40 million one that, and I have a good memory, I don't remember ever voting to approve this unless I totally missed it. But you had mentioned that this would come before us in June, but design and everything else is already progressing even before we approved this project. So I have, I support TPD 100%. I've seen firsthand what TPD has, and I know what, I haven't seen it other than I've heard about it, and maybe I've seen, I know where it's at, but the sheriff's office has a tremendous, facility when it comes to, this similar thing. So, moving forward, yes, we've approved a lot of big contracts. We've spent a lot of money in the last several years. I have a lot of concerns moving forward on these huge projects, because it's not that we have the money, we're bonding and borrowing. Interest rates aren't coming down. I get breaking news on my phone every hour, something major coming from either tariffs or the finance market or the stock market or the gold market or it's not positive news. So I know I've said a lot of things and I go on many, many tangents when I talk, but I have a lot of concerns with this, especially since we just talked about the fire station and, 2028, and we may or may not be here. So I don't know who had their microphone on, Clendenin or Hurtak? Who was first? Hurtak and Linden.
Thank you. I'm going to echo exactly what you said. It seems that when it's a priority project, man, that goes fast. But I don't believe we've approved this funding. And so I'm going to ask Mr. O'Hara to talk to us about that, because I know I didn't approve this. I would have voted no, and I believe I did.
Good morning, Council. Dennis O'Hara, Chief Financial Officer. If memory serves, and of course, we'll get into the potential financing of this project in a little more detail. I apologize. In a little more detail in our next presentation. But if memory serves, a reimbursement resolution was approved by Council to proceed spending money predicated on future issuance of debt. We have not issued the debt, and again, we'll get into a little more detail in the next presentation. And I will confirm that, but if memory serves, there is an approved reimbursement resolution.
So going along with that, the funding sources are bank notes, general government funding, utility service taxes, and non-ad valorem bonds. How much money does this project expect to bond?
$40 million at this time.
So all of it?
No. And again, if could you stick a pin in that? I've got more detail on a multi-year level for this project in the next presentation. I can grab it now, but I can address it then.
I will absolutely bring it up then.
Copy.
And what I will say is that before this comes forward to us, what I would like to see is how we can reduce this. Do we have to have every bell and whistle, or can we add them later? I will not approve $40 million for this, maybe 20, and we can add to it as we can. But as Councilman Maniscalco, Chairman Scalco said, every single day. I mean, I just saw the news this morning from the New York Times about how folks are feeling that they're not moving forward. We aren't moving forward fiscally. Saw some really concerning numbers about people's inability to maintain their budgets here in Tampa Bay. We're one of the worst places, according to the Tampa Bay Business Journal, for people and debt. So I mean, all signs are showing worse, not better. So we really need to be more fiscally responsible, and I don't know that this is something that we have to do right now.
Clendenin? Yes, sir, and then Carlson, and then Vieira, Miranda.
Okay, so, yeah, I mean, I was also confused about this, because I remember having this discussion, and my issue with this was, we have this big piece of property, and we also have this monstrosity of a building next door, Big Blue, that we're going to have to deal with it. And my concern is, like, why aren't we investing in a co-location of those facilities? And I remember bringing that issue up at the time. And my goodness, that's an awful lot of money, and we're still not going to have a police headquarters out of it. So that's what I mean, that's just confusing to me that we'd be investing this much money on this large piece of property that could probably potentially co-locate both facilities. And so I'm just befuddled by the whole thing. And I'm going to have to go back and look and when this reimbursable was done. Does anybody remember that?
It was during budget season.
During the budget, actual budget?
Yeah, because Kate came before us.
Yeah, but I do not, I did not recall moving this forward.
And again, I'm getting clarification on that. I think it was part of a reimbursement resolution encompassing a number of projects based on the potential debt plan.
This is what we were complaining about a year ago.
So it was rolled into a bigger thing?
Yeah.
No, it's item. If it was part of a reimbursement resolution, it is itemized as its own project.
Because I know when we had this discussion, I know that I brought up the issue of that we had the problem with Big Blue, and why aren't we resolving this with, we got this parcel, part of the, as we saw with the fleet management and other things with, one of our biggest issue is land, trying to find pieces of property that are large enough to accommodate these things. So if we have this big piece of property sitting there centrally located, I mean, it seems like at least that we should have explored co-locating and relocation, and especially if we're going to be bonding, why, it just seems short-sighted to be piecemealing this. And I mean, so I've got some concerns about that. But again, I'm going to have to go back and I apologize if we missed something, but I got to go back and look at that because at least two of us, because we both looked at each other, all three of us looked at each other and go, what? I mean, because
I remember that discussion also, so we'll go back and clarify
Okay,
too.
thank
I've got staff clarifying it right now, so I hope to provide an answer during this meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Carlson, Vieira, Miranda.
Yeah, and we've said this several times, but we need a clear decision point because we talk about something and it's included kind of, a year from now, they'll say, well, we presented to you in the grade 8 plan and you didn't object to it or you didn't vote against it. So that means you accepted it. Or we include it in a CIP and when you're approving the CIP, well, you can take it out at any time. Don't worry. City council will have several bites of the apple. And then a year later, oh, no, you already approved it. We're already moving forward. You made the decision already. And so that's why I've been trying to fight issues earlier. In terms of administrations, we had administration, 2 administrations ago that faced the Great Recession and had to cut back on a lot of things and had to save money, and they did a great job of that. The next administration subsidized developers, and the community objected against that. They wanted infrastructure investment. So the good thing is that this administration has invested in infrastructure. The problem is that because of inflation and whatever else, many of those projects have gone 50% or more over budget. And so not everything that the community wants has been moving forward. There are a lot of things the community doesn't see. But as these costs have been going up and up and up, and the administration has been adding projects, the debt just keeps going up and up and up. And we're going to see that in a minute. But it's kind of like if one of your kids comes to you and says, well, I really, really, really need this. And I really need it. And you look at them and say, okay, I know you need it. And they say, well, if I can buy it if I just get another credit card. And then they come back to you a few months later and say, well, I really, really need this too. And yes, you need it. Everything that's presented is needed. Everything is needed. So is fixing the roads. But we're not saying prior to fix the roads. But then your kid comes back and you say, well, I need a 3rd credit card. And I need a 4th credit card and a 5th credit card. And now we're on like the 10th credit card. We're maxing out all of our credit cards. We're paying high interest rates. And what we're doing is we're taking away from our great-grandkids. I mean, if a project is $100 million, it's $100 million in interest. And that extra $100 million is real money that taxpayers have to pay. And it doesn't make sense to borrow this much. And so I would just ask the administration, stop. The tax increase was not approved. I've also heard rumors that from current former employees that the administration bragged that, okay, since city council turned down their tax increase, they're going to bond everything and teach us a lesson. Okay, they're not teaching us a lesson, they're teaching the community a lesson because the community is going to suffer because of this. If this administration added $1 billion in debt, that's depending on the time that they put it in, it's potentially $1 billion in interest. $1 billion in interest is not a good fiscal decision. The taxpayers don't want that. They're not going to agree to a tax increase. We need to be good custodians of their money. We need to start planning to build important buildings like this, but we need to stop the debt. If debt is not an option, these presentations are not going to come to us anymore.
Councilman Vieira, Councilman Miranda, and then I'll close it out.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And there's 2 things I'm going to speak of. The first one, forget that this is the TPD project. It's on the idea of slow walking. And how shall I say this? When you're presented with certain objective evidence, you make reasonable conclusions from that evidence. And when you take a look at this project and you compare it to 24, which has been in discussion for a long time, you can make reasonable deductions and conclusions from the evidence that has been presented before you, just the way that it is. I look at it, I make my conclusion. Again, this is something that the administration, and again, let's forget that it's TPD, I'll deal with that in a second. But when you look at the apparent resistance with regards to 24, nothing to do with you, sir. Obviously, I'm looking at you because you're there, so you're not buying into this argument or anything like that. You make inferences from that, you make conclusions from that, and so forth, and that's certainly something that I make. If this is something that has been slow walked, it's gonna happen. Station 24 is gonna happen. What's frustrating for me is this: a couple of years ago, when we started talking about 24, there was some hesitation on a location, and I told folks, well, listen, let's go with a location. It's a double or triple. Don't wait 4 years for a home run. Well, it's going to be 4 years, right? So that's certainly my frustration in that regard. If it was up to me, we could have, we would have done 25 for Sulphur Springs, 24 for North Tampa. You know, hopefully we can finish up fleet maintenance in the next 2 years and then begin a real robust discussion on what we're going to do with Station 9 at Chestnut in terms of expanding its service for West Tampa. We can do that and look at downtown, something that's so important. When it comes to TPD, sir, what I would suggest with this, to the extent that there are any fiscal concerns, Councilman Clendenin has talked about Big Blue, different things, the potential moving of that and so forth. You know, I would like to see a discussion with the PBA, with the police union, and with Dr. Chief Burkaw on that issue to see if there are any improvements that can be made. And if there are, you know, fiscally responsible ways of moving forward with that are supported by the union, that are supported by the police chief, we can have that discussion. That's my position on that. Obviously, if there's more efficient ways of doing this, let's do it. That's just, you know, common sense and good government and everything. That's the route that I would like to go, is to call up Mr. Barclay with the police union, call up Dr. Chief Burkaw and go, hey, let's have a discussion on this. Is there a better way to do this where we can be more efficient? I think that's the way to go forward on this particular project. But I thank you for this. Again, I'll support this in pretty much whatever way it comes out, obviously. But if there is a way that we can have internal discussions on it to make it better, to meet some of the concerns, totally down with that. Thank you.
Councilman Miranda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In fact, if I recall, the chief who's not here today, the assistant chief who you represented today, she was here sometime back, months or a year ago, whatever it was. She gave a detail, if I recall, because I'm going back and I'm not, you know, there's 6 others here that heard the same thing. Maybe I heard differently. I'm not sure. But she gave an explicit report on what the needs were. She even had detailed information on, especially on your the office that you have where you keep your files for that you need for evidence, your evidence room, how we're doing it in boxes and cardboard boxes. Am I correct or not? You don't have,
That's
you don't have
correct,
to
and
agree with
I
me.
can address quite
Yeah,
a few of these
I just want to make
comments
sure that
after.
my mind is with me because we're going through so many things here. And I remember she showed us the either Orlando or St. Pete, how it was all so well done and in a way that you cannot almost destroy the evidence. If something catches fire, one of those boxes, they're all gone. The crimes from 200 years ago or 50 years ago or 10 years ago that are unsolved and the ones that were coming in now. So that evidence room alone is worth something to have to make sure that those that are not following the law are punished by the law. And I saw that like the rest of us did. And I saw other things that were needed. That building there, whoever buys it more likely to tear it down if we ever sell it. Or they got to spend more than twice or what. I don't know what that costs, but I can tell you it's in need of extensive repairs. That's my knowledge of it. That aside, so when you look at something that you got to buy and build, what is it that you're going to sell to replace it with? Or move or to replace it with? And those have never been discussed, I don't believe. No one's ever done a valuation of the building, no one's given, that I know of. Maybe they have, but I'm not sure. But in order to have an operation, you have to have a place where you can work. I'm not saying that doesn't work there. It has to some life, but the lifespan of that building has been a long, long time ago. When it was a Marine Bank, I think before that, and so forth and so on. And it was an office building at one time, I believe. I'm not sure about that. But these are the things that the city has to look at. You know, we wouldn't have this problem if we were never growing. You wouldn't have this problem. You wouldn't have this problem if you didn't have a convention center. You wouldn't have this problem if you didn't have arenas and sports stadiums. You wouldn't have none of that problem. But you would have a bigger problem, that your kids and grandkids would be living somewhere else. So what we're looking at is a lot of money. And like everything else, everything is going up. A lot of people don't even buy eggs anymore because they can't. The money today is unbelievable, the cost. I'm one, and I've followed this my whole life. My father told me once, if you can't buy something you can't pay in 30 days, don't buy it. Now, I missed a lot of deals, but I didn't buy it. I never bought a new car, never, and I never intend to. What I'm telling you is, it's got to be done in a way that the public understands the need and the necessity for this building, all of it. And where it is, and your storage vehicles, those that are put in special storage because they committed a crime, not the car, the people in it. And these are things that the public has to understand. Why is necessity? What is the cost of doing all that? And we haven't done that to some degree. So I appreciate what you're saying. I'm not against the project, but I think I like to know a little bit more before I take a vote on it again. And I'm not against the project. Let me say that right now. However, this city better tighten its belt about bonding. The way I see this world going and what's happening now, where you have, everybody wants to cut everybody else out of a job, which I understand. Some may have a minute thing, but when you start taking departments completely out and it runs from the federal government, it's already the state government's talking about the same thing. God bless them all. But they better look at themselves first and what they're doing. We're meddling in the world matters, where there may be 3 countries going to run the world, so they think. The world ain't going to take that. But it's going to be an uneasy years to come. Who knows if the grants that we had already approved are going to be here or not. So we got to be careful. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. All right. What's next?
If I could,
Yes, sir.
respond just a couple of those. First off, on the timing, I know as you all saw from the slide, this is an existing structure. We're not building from the ground up, so I think some of the time is kind of, we're talking about mainly a renovation, not a new construction, so that may be one of the reasons why we're not talking about a 2027, 2028, issue. And as it comes to the, what's been commented about the headquarters building next door, I was part of a small group back in 2021 that did a spatial needs analysis for a new facility, and that's one of the reasons why this project was decided. We're going to need the space one way or the other. Specifically looking at Orlando, they've had great success with combining their evidence and forensics units at an off-site facility that's not with the administration functions of the department. If we spend the money to do this now, the construction is going to be cheaper than if we spend the money to build a larger police facility, 5-10 years from now. I toured St. Petersburg's facility while I was doing that. They built a very modern, very efficient, very effective facility for, I believe it was around $80 million. If we had to replicate that facility today, the cost would be probably more than double that. So the quicker we can get this done, and again, we have to get this done at a certain point because we had to vacate our facility due to solid wastes, capital improvement themselves. So we're at a temporary facility that is not serving the needs. We don't have the ability to store vehicles at headquarters. We don't have processing bays at headquarters. So we're having to try to make do the best we can with what we have. So that's the reason this was in front of you. I know I was part of the initial RFQ on this back in 2022 for the design portion of it, which I know went to council at some point. I know the $40 million for the build is clearly not. And I know that when this comes in front of you in June, hopefully for the build portion of it, we will have more information on exactly what Councilman Miranda is saying about a very detailed analysis of the specific needs for the facility.
Thank you very much. Mr. O'Hara.
And I have clarification, which mirrors some of what Mr. Mesmer said and also coincides with discussion with Ms. Kopesky and Mr. Perry. And it's all coming back to me now. I pulled up the time frame, and as you heard, in October of 2022, council approved for design, site improvement, et cetera. This is, maybe council will recall, and the summary is, we all remember accurately. It was a combination of a project that started out around $8 million. We have spent, with council's permission, $7 million of that so far, and change, I'm rounding, for design, site improvements, et cetera. The next iteration, and this is when the discussion occurred last year, the next planned iteration, at least our intent, is to come for the larger encompassing project of $40+ million. In And I'll give you the exact date of that. The design build was approved, as Mr. Mesmer said, October 2022. The contract was let. We've spent money, and the discussion occurred not quite a year ago in June, the discussion we're all remembering about the costs, Big Blue, the return on investment, pros and cons and things like that, which is why we haven't come to council yet with a bigger or a larger reimbursement resolution, nor have we come to council yet with a request to issue debt associated with that. And again, I'll have more year-by-year detail on this project financing in the next presentation.
And that's what concerns me, is the 8 million to 40 million, and I know things have gotten expensive, but as you notice outside, I don't have a car because it's in the mechanic. Monday, the estimate was $250, Tuesday it was $350, and at 4:30 yesterday, the estimate was $850 for my repair, and I have no choice but to fix it. And my mortgage is due on Saturday. So the terrible analogy I'm trying to make is everything is getting more expensive. Everything is spend, but we have so much coming due. We've bonded so much. And I would think and yes, I've supported a lot of projects, but it's a disservice to the next administration. And you've been here, and you've been here since I started it and before.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to burden the future with, we talk about interest. And, Jamie Dimon is, and all the banks are making the money. Because the interest that is paid on these kinds of projects is unbelievable. Councilmember Vieira made a comment about talking to Mr. Barclay at the union, sitting down with Dr. Chief Burkhall. What are the absolute needs? Do we have to spend the entire amount? Do we, again, it's a lot of money. We have a lot of projects already in the pipeline that have been bonded. We've borrowed a lot. I just want to make sure that we don't overburden ourselves, especially with the change in the political climate for the last few months. And I don't think we've even seen what's coming yet. We've only gotten the teaser trailer. So I think we just need to be very careful moving forward. And these things keep me up at night. I've been up since 1:30 thinking about money. Not just fixing my car, but going into this workshop and just looking over the agenda, looking over any backup documents, anything. We spend a lot, and we have to reevaluate a lot of decisions moving forward. So thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Council.
All right. What is the next item?
All right.
We're still on number 2. How many more items are after you, Mr. Washington?
We have a few more, I believe 3 or 4, if I'm correct.
And then we have quite a bit of public comment, so.
Okay, well then I'll be brief.
Good morning,
All right.
sir. How are you?
Good morning. So good morning, City Council. Larry Washington, Director of the Solid Waste Department, here today to present on, and again, this will be brief, to present on the solid waste relocation from Spruce Street to 34th Street to have a more integrated system, as was mentioned previously. So we have no major changes, just minor updates. That's it today. Just as a reminder, this was issued to J. Kokolakis as the design build firm. So we're looking forward to move forward with this project. I know it's a long time coming as well, has a lot of benefits as mentioned before. So we planned on breaking ground in February of this year. However, we have some minor delays with permitting. So we have two. No worries. So we have 2 permits that are currently being reviewed right now, and that's the demolition permit and that's the site review permit. However, the parenting permit, which is like the overarching permit, has already been approved, and we've already received our notice to proceed. We're just waiting on those 2 permits to have our groundbreaking. So you'll be seeing that very shortly. Our goal is to have it to move forward the groundbreaking in March of this year, with an estimated completion time frame. I know we spoke about quarters, and as this calendar year, of the end of the first quarter or the beginning of the second quarter of the calendar year 2027. So we're still on track. Even if there's minor delays, fortunately, we have Kokolakis, and they built the transfer station, and this is a list of benefits, but I won't go into detail about that. It's already established, $107 million still remains intact. So even though there's minor delays, we do have the same construction firm that built our transfer station years ago. So they are very familiar with the site. So we're expecting some accelerations associated with the construction phase. So we're truly not concerned with meeting our deadlines. I'll move forward. So just as a reminder, we have multiple buildings that will be erected, roughly around 8. Our primary goal is to ensure that our everyday services remain intact, so collection and processing. One thing that we will have to almost adjust in real time is access to the transfer station, given the fact that there's going to be so much construction going on at that site. And one of the critical paths is the scale houses. So we have a current scale house that has a few lanes. We're going to increase that by 2, and then we're improving that system by incorporating a northern scale house just for the garbage vehicles. That is right, as you can see up there in the on the PowerPoint, the northern scale. So it's directly under our waste and energy facility, so they can have a straight shot straight up to the waste and energy facility once we dispose of our waste. So we take them out of the line with the public, which is going to be 10 times better. So our first portion of the project that will be completed is the northern scale house. So then we can keep service intact, and then we'll shift gears to the southern portion of these scale houses down below where the general public usually goes to. And hopefully we can keep one of our scales open there. We have an automated scale that's separated from the main building. We'll start working on the main building and then have that automated scale with that person inside, hopefully being able to take the public in and keep our transfer station running. It may be a slight delay, but that's the first portion of the project that will be completed. And moving forward, so I do want to take this time to bring up, as Adrian mentioned before, so the fleet building for the solid waste department, as you can see above as well. So next week, actually, next Wednesday, we move forward with the CCNA process. We have 4 firms, and that's Bandy's, A. Morgan, Kokolakis, and Biltmore, looking forward to their presentations. And we're expecting all projects associated with this site to be completed by 2027. Now, there is CNG that's going to be located at the Spruce Street location that will have to come a little bit later after we get the CO for our admin building, but all projects will be done in 2027.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Hurtak Henderson.
Thank you so much. We've talked a lot about this project, so I don't have a lot of questions. I just wanted for the public for you to go over, or it might be Mr. O'Hara, about the $107 million. Most of that is happening within your enterprise fund. We are not taking general fund dollars for this expansion. I just want you to be able to clarify that for the public.
And I'll make way for the CFO.
Thank you, sir. Again, Dennis O'Hara, Chief Financial Officer. You are quite correct, and we'll have, again, more detailed information in our next presentation, but it is not general funding, ma'am.
Thank you. Just wanted people to know why we aren't focusing on the 107, because that's garbage fees that people are paying.
Solid waste garbage, not.
Sorry. Yeah. Solid waste, recycling, all of that, all those fees.
Councilmember Henderson, Councilmember Clinton.
Yeah, just briefly, thank you so much for this presentation. This is the one project that I've been a part of from start to finish. It has a timeline, it's understandable, multiple projects going on. And so I just really appreciate that in every way. Even, in the beginning, understanding why you all are an enterprise business. So what makes this so great is the acceleration process is very, very clear and well represented, even in all of the previous meetings that we've had about it. So I can see why, there's a need for you to be brief today, because we've had this great communication all along, and this is just a really good example from your division of a project from start to finish that I appreciate. So thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. I'm just going to say it. Larry Washington gets blank done.
Military background.
You get it done. Good job.
Team with me.
Some further clarification reference on what Councilwoman Hurtak said. The part of what makes this project intriguing is because we're giving up relatively valuable land on Spruce, And what will happen when that land, we sell that land, where does that money go?
We keep that land. We keep that land.
That's a very good question, and it has yet to be determined.
But if we were to sell that land, would it go back to the general fund, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. That's what's very intriguing about this too. The cost of this is coming out of the enterprise fund, but we can parlay this very valuable land and reimburse our general fund to pay for things like fire stations and, all these other needs that we have. So this is a win, 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 and Larry Washington gets blank done. Thank you.
Team. All right, so if you have no additional questions, I'll make room for Mr. Tony Mulkey in the Parks and Rec updates.
All right, Mr. Mulkey, come on up. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Council. Tony Mulkey, Parks and Recreation Department. Pleased to be here to provide an update to the board as well as the community on the Fair Oaks Recreation Complex that is currently under construction. Haven't really been before you for about a year on this, and a year ago you approved a nearly $35 million construction contract with Skanska as part of a design build project to transform the existing Fair Oaks Recreation Center into a multi-feature 10-acre campus in East Tampa off 34th Street. This new facility is going to feature a 33,000 square foot dual facility with a senior center and community center side, as well as a splash pad, pickleball courts, basketball courts, a synthetic turf football field, play spaces, community space for events and gatherings. And I'm happy to report that as of this time, we are within budget and on schedule. So we have it's a phased approach. This first phase is working on the center. If anybody's gone up through Fair Oaks neighborhood over there, you will see the center is up. The windows are in, the drywall is going. It is quite impressive. So they're getting ready to start installing the turf field. And when this phase wraps up in the fall, the second phase will feature demolition of the existing center out there. Our community engagement folks have been working on a plan to start being able to let the community see some of the progress. Working with Skanska, they've had outreach to the kids and the seniors over at the center. Just some really good community-focused engagement and activities with ice cream and things like that during the summer. So we're really looking forward to moving this along and wanted to provide an update for everyone and answer any questions that you may have.
Yes, ma'am. Do you have any slides or anything to show?
I was a late addition because I just want to, I'm just like, I really wanted to kind of tell this story because it's been a little while.
Yes, ma'am.
District 5, making progress. I'm so excited about this project. Another one from start to finish. The commitment from Skanska to get it done on time and within budget is even a conversation that I've had with them, so I greatly appreciate that. This is a project of great symbolism to the East Tampa community. I know that it didn't get unanimous support, but it is going to be a great legacy project for East Tampa, and I appreciate your update. Thank you.
Councilmember Moran.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate your consideration of what you've done in the past and what you continue to do into the future. This is a game changer for everyone that's young, especially. I believe that you grow up becoming who you are, but where you live, but what you hear, about what you see, and how then you act. And this is going to give these young folks especially an opportunity to be the best that they can be because they got something new, something vision. And the reason I say that, and I've said it before, and I don't want to be redundant, I was born not there, but real close to there, 26th Avenue and 20th Street. I was born on Sanchez Street. Well, the hospital, but I went to the, but anyway, what it is that here you see something about coordination, about working with other people, about having an opportunity to do many things that you couldn't do in any one place in the whole area. And when you do that, there's hope for those young people. And I look at these things and I say, yeah, the cost is high, but what are the returns? more than likely better education, more than likely better contact, how you handle yourself. And I say this because it's a fair thing to do. It's not the right thing. It is the damn right thing to do, to help everybody have what they need so they can be better when they grow up. And it's up to them then to run the baton and do whatever they want to do with it. But you got to give them hope and opportunity, and that's what this is about, some part of it. And I want to thank you for being so kind with us and continue to do and improve the parks. We have an enormous amount of parks. I know it's over 90-some parks, well, more than that, but it keeps growing because that's a need. Kids have to be happy. Kids have to, they go to school, they study hard, but you also got to give them something else to do. It just can't be one thing. And parenting today is very, very difficult to do because the things that you see on television, we didn't have that when I was a kid. So you didn't have the stress and the imagination of, whoa, look at that, look what I saw here and there. You didn't have that. But you did have playgrounds when I was a kid. And most of the people that went to playground, I'd say 99% of them, were better off than if they did not have a playground. But I want to thank you and your department.
Thank you, sir.
Councilmember Carlson.
Yeah, I didn't speak on the last item, so I want to thank, I don't think Larry Washington's here anymore, but I want to thank he and his team. That project has gone above budget as everything has, partly because of the of finding new things and also because of inflation. But he and his team have done a great job communicating. Same thing with Tony and his team. They do a great job, and I've been in several meetings in the community with Tony and his team in the last even few days. So I appreciate what they're doing. This project, I just want to clarify for the public, this was another one where the mayor's administration slow-walked it. 5-6 years ago when I came on board, the community came and asked City Council to do something to intervene because the last mayor had rejected renovating it. The current mayor seemed to be uninterested in doing anything. And so we, City Council, had a public meeting at Fair Oaks where the mayor announced that she was going to renovate it. What we heard in that people booed in the meeting, and they said, we want you to build a new building. So we came back, City Council, and proposed building a new building, and we started pushing to allocate budget. The mayor's office slow-walked it for about a year, and then they came back with a much higher price. And ultimately, I don't remember the exact number, it's like $40 million plus interest is somewhere around 70, 80 million. It's a great asset for East Tampa. East Tampa deserves new assets, and we're trying to invest through the CRA and others. East Tampa was neglected for a long time. The parks in the whole city are falling apart. The parks in South Tampa are absolutely falling apart. The only way we're getting renovation in South Tampa is if the community puts in money. People are frustrated. Small renovations, small repairs are not getting done because there's no money. This park is like something like 8 times the annual budget for repairing all the parks in the city. The parks in East Tampa are falling apart, other than this one. And so I think I was the first one to make a motion to to rebuild this project 6 years ago. The mayor's office did a political move and wanted to one-up us, and they came up with a huge price for it. It's a huge cost to the community. It's going to be great for the people who live around it. The rest of East Tampa and the rest of the city, their parks are going to continue to suffer because they spent too much on one.
Councilmember Herta.
Thank you. And, this is going to be a lovely park. I'm very excited about it, especially for East Tampa. But I'm going to throw a little curveball in here, just because we're here and we're talking and you're here. We just sent you an email recently about the Sulphur Springs pool being open in June of 2025. And unfortunately, there's still questions about scope of work and cost estimate. I know you said you'd know more next week, but why haven't we moved forward on this pool? Because I don't know how you're going to get anything done between now and June.
Sure. Part of the challenge of the pool has been engaging with qualified contractors that could follow through with things. We've had multiple discussions with multiple firms. I think there were 2 or 3 prior to the storms. After the storms, we didn't have any follow-up from them. We've had a couple of other firms since then, and we have some proposals, and that's what we're reviewing right now to go through that.
great. Well, I appreciate it because I'm concerned that it's going to be in jeopardy for the summer, and I just thought I'd bring it up while I had you.
Sure.
Thanks.
Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you. Since I'm over the Parks and Recreation Committee, I just want to circle back. All due respect to Councilman Carlson and his viewpoint, but I just want you to address, our parks are not falling apart. That is an unfair assessment. There are maintenance needs that do exist, and so I just want you to clarify that. I don't think that's a fair statement to justify the hard work that's been going into Parks and Recreation, because there's so many different maintenance needs across parks. And I want to give you an opportunity to address that without it just being a generic statement that our parks are falling apart. Also, the Sulphur Springs. This is, in my opinion, based on what we already know so far. And I want to say this because it also is partly our district, right, Charlie? I think the problem at Sulphur Springs Pool is a lot deeper than maybe what we can actually say right now, and that's probably why you're having a difficult time finding someone to commit to it, because of the land itself and the fact that a pool shouldn't really be on that land. And I know that you can't say it, but I'm not afraid to say it because I'm, in a position to say that. And I've said that to the public recently at a Sulphur Springs meeting. I think that the problem is a lot bigger. I know that it would be great for them to have a pool by the summer. And the mayor, I believe, added $1 million to her budget because it was during that same period, to address Sulphur Springs Pool. But I do think that there are some greater challenges there that will be extremely costly, and maybe even where we would have to admit that it's unlikely to return a pool to that ground because of the land itself that it sits on. And I don't know if you can address that part now, but I just wanted to make that statement along with, you can now, talk about parks falling apart. And just, for a little bit of history too, when it comes to, parks, because great things happen in parks. And, I grew up going to a park. I think I'm irritating someone in the audience, but I'll wrap it up by saying that it is important, the scope of work that happens within the timelines that you've presented and on the things that you're working on is important, to the community. I don't want to dismiss it. What East Tampa is getting, I know that there are people who feel in other parts of town that, they deserve something too. This is really, in my mind and opinion, due in part to the significant delays over decades of not addressing the needs in the East Tampa community, that they are getting something great. However it started, from where they are now to where it's going, it is quite well deserved. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you, Councilwoman. Just to address some of that, on the pool, that's why we're going through this process, because we don't know what we don't know, and I'm not qualified to speak whether it's a good location or not. It has its challenges. And I think everybody knows that, and we've been upfront with that. As far as the maintenance concerns with the parks, we have a very dedicated team that has been making huge strides in trying to address some of the deferred maintenance and items within the parks. We have a lot of projects happening throughout the city. Some are direct funded through our CIT investment with our capital plans. Some are partnerships and other agreements that we're able to try and be creative and leverage and get more done. A lot of this has been kind of outlined and summarized through our master plan process that we went through in 2020, 2021, and kind of has a plan for us to move forward, but it's, again, pretty generic. I like to think the parks are pretty nice, and we have a very dedicated team to keep them at the level that we can. But I also say the public loves our parks to death sometimes, and they get used very heavily and shows the demand that the community has.
Councilman Carson, can I finish this too? Just to wrap up Fair Oaks, if you don't mind, because I know your light's on. Even Fair Oaks, what I do love is that even the current building is still operational. Great programming is still happening. My favorite teacher from high school teaches line dance there weekly, and the classes are full. So even though it is, the new park is under construction and going well, the current facility is still being used, and I think that's also important to mention. Thank you.
Councilmember Carlson.
Yeah, I just want to say, I kind of said this before, but Tony and his team do an outstanding job. And, if I'm correct, you have a master's degree in parks.
Parks,
right?
recreation, tourism.
And so he's exactly qualified. He's the right person. He's doing a great job. The problem is the administration doesn't give him enough budget. We had one administration that faced a great recession, had to cut all the budgets. The next administration gave money to developers instead of repairing parks or roads. And now this administration has been trying to catch up, but the budget is still too low. That's why we need to be careful about how we spend money. And there are parks that are literally falling apart. Things are falling on kids' heads and others. And the opinion of parks falling apart is not my opinion. It's the emails I get from constituents and the posts that constituents put on Nextdoor and other places. And I'm sure you all seen them, but if you haven't, I can get my aide to put together some of them. I send them to Tony, and he's very responsive. He doesn't always have the budget to fix them. And so as we get through priorities, you all talked about how important parks are. They absolutely are important, and parks are absolutely important in East Tampa. East Tampa is going to have the best park in the whole city, which I'm happy for. But they could have had the best park in the city for $20 million instead of $70 million. And so we need to be careful about the budget going forward to make sure that that we don't have one really nice park and the other one falling down. Keep in mind, the last administration also spent $12 million on a boathouse that competes with the private sector. That park, Julian B. Lane, would have been a lot cheaper if they had not spent on the boathouse. So we need to make good choices going forward, because kids throughout the city need to feel safe and happy going to their parks. Thank you.
Councilmember Miranda.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Chairman. I just listening and trying to understand the facts, but this is many times that I've heard that the park is a $100 million park. So then I tell myself, wow, I said, it's 40, but with interest it's 100, they say, or 70, or 80, or 60, whatever. So when you buy any equipment in the city and you bond it out, you don't say it costs you the price plus the interest, do you? Raise your hands if we ever done that. Never has that been done. But when you put a park up, they want to tell you it's the interest on it. They don't tell you when you buy an electric car. They don't tell you when you buy a fire engine. They don't tell you when you built a building for other things. They don't tell you that. But for a park, for kids to play in, it's the interest that comes in. And I'm not talking about the gentleman who just spoke before me. In general. So what are we sending? What message are we sending? The kids should have a park where they could be proud of, joyful of. If it wasn't for the skating park, most of the guys in the housing project would be in jail. But they're not. So it's something that maybe we should, from now on, every time we buy something and you have to finance it, don't say the price what it costs. Put the whole price in it. Because that's what we want, and we want to talk about it that way. But a cost of something does carry interest. There's no doubt about it. Unless you can pay it off in 30 days. But I understand what they're saying. I understand about elections. Thank you very much.
May I say, if I may, sir?
Sure. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, just I was glad to support this. This, not in my district, but sure is held in my heart. This is a great effort, and it's gonna, a park like this, which is a robust, first-rate endeavor in the East Tampa community, is a real statement, I think, that we want to send as a city on our values and how we're going to put parks and recreation in parts of the city that it's not just ignored but maligned and attacked throughout many, many years. I've said this before, that if you read the Kerner Commission report from, I think, 1967, it talked about the African-American areas in Tampa and how they had no recreation centers. So for me, this is something that goes back a really long time, and is just the right thing to do. So again, I'll go back to the thing on there being gray, right? There's always going to be gray in something, but I think the overwhelming good lies in this, and I was glad to support it again, so thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mulkey.
Thank you.
All right, who's next? Yes, sir, come on up.
Good morning, Council. Rory Jones with Water Department. And I'd like to share with you an update on our chemical system improvements project. This is a pipes-funded project. It's a $41 million project, design-build, pipes-funded, that makes the city of Tampa safer and more resilient. By replacing end-of-life components associated with our secondary disinfection process, and it builds on-site hypochlorite generators. This project had a EBO goal of 14.8%, and we're on schedule to meet that goal. This was performed in two different phases, maintaining 365-day 7 days a week operations there. We're kind of working in and around our existing facilities. So the first phase was really decommissioning and getting to a point where we can decommission our existing chemical use and bring in bulk deliveries for this alternate hypochlorite process while we move to phase two and actually construct those on-site generators. And that's really where we are today. We have decommissioned our railcar, 90-ton railcar chlorine system. We have decommissioned the spur line leading into there, and we are actively in construction of those on-site hypochlorite generators. In addition to hypochlorite, we also are changing from anhydrous ammonia to aqueous ammonia. We expect to have these generators start to go into the building in a couple months in April. We'll start commissioning these in October, and we expect to have this project completed by the end of the year. I'm excited about it. And I'm open to any questions you may have of it.
Thank you yes, sir.
Yeah, I just want to say once again, just like I was talking about solid waste, you guys are just incredible. These types of projects that you're working on are really, this is not sexy because people don't see it. So, people just turn on their water faucet in their house and they just expect clean water to come out. They don't understand the magic that you guys do behind the scenes. And then and what we're replacing, the age of the types of equipment that we're replacing up here at Tippin is just, you guys have taken out these, how old were those water pumps that you guys replaced?
They are near 100 years old.
100 years
As a matter
old.
of fact, we just decommissioned them last week and moving to starting the official button on the all new pumps.
So, think about that. These are mechanical water pumps that are like 100 years old that we were using and dependent upon. And, as he talked about being resilient, we've got all this equipment up there that they're improving and making these things more resilient. They're going to newer technology, that's safer technology, and so we're not transporting hazardous chemicals. The work that you guys are doing is just incredible, and I think this is part of the Mayor's Pipes project, which I think every city in this country would be envious of the amount of that particular project and the infrastructure improvements that are being done, not just at Tippin but around the city. Again, not sexy because people don't see it. So it's not it's not this it's not a river walk, or it's not a beautiful building, or it's not this big infrastructure, a big public park, but people that water is sexy. And
I agree.
And I appreciate the fact of the work that you guys are doing. I think you're incredible. I think the projects that you're working on is incredible. And I, for one, am very appreciative of you and your team and everything that you're doing for the city of Tampa and for the future of the city of Tampa, because you are carving out a future for the next 100 years, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
I appreciate the support.
Councilman Miranda, Councilmember
Mr. Jones, thank you for your fine report, and let me say this. I know he's not going to bring it up, but this is one of the better departments in the whole country, I believe, in water. What is your current rate there's only a few individuals in the whole United States of America, entities, that have a AAA rating in the stock market. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Are you one of them?
I believe we're one of 8.
You know, one of 8 in the whole country.
Yes.
And how many water companies or water systems do you have in the country?
How many water systems? Thousands, every city.
And I don't even know if the public knows that. And you deliver on time, on budget, and a lot of people come and say, how are you doing it? Why are you doing it that way? And you guys, not you, I see Mr. Baird there, before that was Mr. Tippin. I can go all the way back, not 100 years, because then Clendenin will jump on me that I'm 105. But I know how he is, but I love that guy
You could go
anyway.
back and talk about when the first water was created.
I was there. And it wasn't that good either. But what you guys have done, all of you, everyone that works in the water, men and women that do that, even those that check the meters. And let me say this, talking about meters do not run fast. The reason you exchange meters is because they run slow.
That's correct.
And that's what happens to the meters. Yeah. And sometimes there is a leak, and sometimes it's either one side of the meter or the other side. And that's history. The ground shakes or whatever, and movement of trucks or something, and that's what causes that. But the water department in Tampa is unique, is excellent, and we appreciate all your service, all the men and women that work there. Thank you very much.
I appreciate it. It's not a one-man show. That's
No, I
definitely a
understand
team and
that.
support from you guys.
Councilmember Carlson.
Yeah, I disagree with obviously many things the administration has done, but the pipes program I agree with, and I supported it. I still support it. I think it was proactive, and it's not something that that, as my colleague said, is that people necessarily see. And sometimes they're even frustrated by roads being shut down. But by preemptively going in and replacing pipes and repairing them, we're preventing accidental road closures. But in this system, they've gone through and they've upgraded the technologies and put in more advanced technologies. And I think that they've been proactive about that. It's a really smart thing. I think Rory is exactly the right person to be running this department. He's done a great job. He and his team are incredibly responsive to constituents and thoughtful in dealing with constituents. And it looks like Eric Weiss is going to get up here in a second. And so I don't have to go twice. I'll say the same thing about him. Maybe I said this before, but I was in one neighborhood that we found out that that wastewater flooded the whole street. And within an hour, Eric had a sanitizing truck going down the street. I think 45 minutes. And it's just so incredibly impressive how both of them respond so well to the community, and they're proactive and communicative. And I just want to thank them both and their teams for their responses. Thank you.
I appreciate that.
Thank you very much. You know, going into Thursdays each week is an adventure in these chambers, but I'm glad that we're having this conversation with all the department heads today, because you, Mulkey, Washington, Duncan, everybody that's come in today, goes to show how lucky we are to have your leadership, all of you. You run great departments, you do a great job. As was mentioned, water is not sexy. These are projects that people, they don't, if they're watching, they know about it, but typically they don't know. This is historical. You're replacing things that are 100 years old. When I couldn't sleep last night, as is common, and I wasn't worrying about money, I was looking at, and I pulled it up, a Tampa Tribune article from 1950 with Mayor Curtis Hickson, and a wastewater sewage project, pipe project at 15th, and what was Buffalo Avenue, which is Martin Luther King. So when I don't sleep, you know, this is what I do, is I can't stop working or thinking about work. But a compliment to this administration and your leadership and all the department heads is that no mayor before, I mean, I went back to Hickson and there were a lot of infrastructure projects. I went back to Nucio, a lot of infrastructure projects. But I don't think any mayor before or after can touch the level of investment that we've been making when it comes to infrastructure, when it comes to the things that people don't see. Pipes is historical. When Mayor Buckron was here, it was $250 million for one major project. This is a multi-billion-dollar project on top of everything else. So I think you all should be applauded for what you do, for the speediness of getting these things done. Again, people don't see it, but people should know, and I hope that they appreciate it, because again, this is something that you turn that faucet on, you expect clean, safe water. this is what we're talking about. And there are a lot of components in a city. This is one of the most important ones. And again, thank you for your leadership. Mr. Weiss, you're here as well. You do a great job. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
You might want to find a different acronym after David L. Tippin, by the way.
WTF. You know, that's what's on the slide, so, yep. Yes, sir, Mr. Wise, do you have anything to add, sir?
Yeah, I've got a couple of slides. I can be real quick.
Sure, come on up.
Okay. Eric Weiss, Wastewater Department Director. The PIPES program I want to talk about today is our wastewater pumping stations. And I bring that up because of the sustainability and resiliency and the direct impact it had during the storms. We have 228 wastewater pumping stations that take the wastewater from homes, businesses, schools, and go to our wastewater treatment plant, different than the stormwater pumps, okay? Why sustainability and resiliency is important in the PIPES program when it comes to the pump stations is anything before 1970, all the electrical equipment and pumps were below grade in a basement. And obviously with sea level rise and the hurricanes, water gets in there and burns them out. So every design we're doing right now has really three main things. One, if it has electrical equipment below grade, we bring it up 1 foot above the 100-year floodplain. Any pumps, we make them waterproof. And thirdly, probably one of the most important is we put a stationary bypass pump in case TECO power gets lost. A diesel pump will keep it running throughout the storm. So currently, we have 28 projects that are rehabilitation of pumping stations, about 48 million. It's going well. I just want to do one more quick slide because I know it's running late. Oh, sorry. So during the storm, these last two hurricanes, we had 7 wastewater pumping stations that got flooded out and had substantial damage. So what we're doing, if you could see the picture on the left, that's 18th Street wastewater pumping station. So North 18th Street, East 97th Avenue, that's our pumping station in the middle of the pond because it got so flooded, okay? What we're doing, hopefully by the next rainy season here, we're kind of doing a capital improvement light. So we're using our in-house electricians, engineers, and on the roof of that facility, and for a total of 7, we're putting up all new electrical panels, building them ourselves, and putting it above the 100-year floodplain, changing out the pumps. And I kind of call it CIP light because it's not a full project, would probably cost $2 or $3 million. This will be about $400,000 for each one of them. But it'll last 5 or 6 years and just get us through the next rainy season because I don't want the same thing to happen that just happened the last time with wastewater.
Councilmember Miranda Clendenin.
I have asked the administration to look at doing something a little different, and that's to take people to your wastewater plant, to the water plant, and to the refuse energy plant, so the public understands what it takes to run the majority of a city. Yeah, you see the glamour things on TV, but you don't see these things that really, without them, you couldn't have a city. And we haven't got to an agreement yet, but we're working on something where the homeowners association or the civic association that meets on Wednesdays or Thursdays, we have a bus, we take the bus, and I'm working on some financing to get a lunchbox or something with them so they can spend the afternoon looking at your place. Because what you guys do, all of you, ladies and gentlemen that work at these water plants, waste to energy, and energy, the waste energy and the refuse to energy. Those 3 items are very important to any city. And I would put our 3 against anybody in the country because we can certainly be there and show the public what we're doing and how we're doing. And I think the public got to understand that. They don't because they don't see it. All they used to is turning on the water, flushing the toilet, or sending, you see the trucks go up Animal Drive to the refuge energy. That's all you see. That's not enough. They'll never understand the work that all of you do in those 3 departments.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Councilman Clendenin.
Question. When we have inundation, like freshwater inundation or even saltwater inundation into the sewage system, Is there anything that we can do to prevent sewage backups? Or is that just if we're truly inundated, it's just the nature of a gravity-filled system that it's just no way to prevent that stuff from happening? Or
I'm going to say it's a case-by-case basis. What the pipes program is doing, really two big things. We're lining the existing gravity pipes, which we've done over 100 miles of that so far. So we're fixing the leaks in the wastewater system that stops the stormwater or groundwater from getting in there, taking up the capacity, and then causing an overflow. So that's the big thing, number one. Number two is these generators that we're doing. I can tell you in 2017, I think it was Hurricane Irma, we had 25 to 30 pumps, generators to bring out to the site. We now have 74, and that's growing every year. That doesn't include the 23 projects that are currently active. Those will have generators and will add to our total.
okay,
So I think all these little things will help.
but it's not 100% preventable. It's just because of just the nature of how we remove storm.
It depends upon the storm.
Right. Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That concludes everything. Yes, ma'am? And it says Q&A, but I think we asked all our questions and answers. We have a lot of public comment. People have been very, very patient, and I'm grateful for that. So, Ms. Duncan, if there's nothing further, I'm going to go to public comment.
Nothing further. I just want to say thank you for all your time this morning. We really appreciate your interest, your support, and your involvement with all these projects. So thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, public comment begins. Our first speaker is Keela McCaskill, followed by Colin Thompson and Stephanie Pointer.
Keela's not here.
I think she left. Yeah.
Did Keela leave?
Yeah.
Okay. Colin Thompson, Stephanie Pointer, Joe Collier. Good morning, sir. Please state your name.
Good afternoon. Colin Thompson with Bartlett, Loeb, Hines, and Thompson here representing the South Howard Business Alliance and many of its members. If I may, I think I'll just use the old-fashioned way here. I'm speaking about the South Howard Flood Relief Plan. We sent to the city and each of the council members yesterday a letter that I'd asked to be made part of the public record. And the gist of the request is that we modify the contract to include a requirement that I believe the city council was crystal clear on, but that apparently has not been heard by the mobility department. And that is to consider routes that are an alternative to the South Howard route of this project. I heard it again today, and I want to make sure that everybody is aware that when the city talks about alternatives and the three alternatives, they are not talking about an alternative to the main route of this project that takes it down South Howard Avenue. The presentation from the Grade 8 project report that we just saw shows that the main line goes down South Howard Avenue, right by Burns, Epicurean, and many of the other businesses there. The alternatives are with regard to the top portion that connect to the South Howard spur. That is the Bristol to Howard, Swan to Howard, or Morrison to Howard. The project, the only alternative, there is no alternative, is with regard to Howard Avenue. The new stormwater information page by that the city has put out makes that also clear. Its project map shows that the alternatives on the map are only with regard to those spurs. On February 6th, during a meeting before the council, Councilman Clenenden asked to make sure and reiterated that when he voted for this plan, it was to make sure that there were still options out there. And Mr. Beatty responded, there are three options: Swan to Howard, Morrison to Howard, or Bristol. That is all that was there. That is not what was originally contemplated by the council. Mr. Beatty said that we have to have this contract in place for the specific purpose to have experts to consider options. And what options was it that the council was talking about? As Councilman Clenenden said, I want you to look at a route that does not include Howard. And Mr. Beatty says, that is our commitment. Nothing in the contract precludes it. And Councilman Clenenden says, and I believe it was also the intent and the understanding of the other council members, that all right, we'll take a leap of faith in approving this.
Thank you very much, sir. Our next speaker is Stephanie Pointer, followed by Joe Collier and Mr. David Adams. Yes, ma'am, please state your name.
Stephanie Pointer, that presentation was 10 pounds of crap in a 5-pound bag because we're barely going to get through public comment this morning. It would have been nice. I just want to point out for the record, Hannah Street was approved in October 2021. The ribbon cutting was in October 2023. Station 24 was approved in the FY21 budget, but yet they haven't broken ground. Now, we've owned this land since 1978, per Mr. Perry at last week's budget meeting. $2 million has been spent on environmental already. Is that part of that $24 million? It's my understanding that Mr. Greco looked at it while we were in the meeting last week, and he seemed to be okay with the pricing otherwise because there's lots of bells and whistles going in there. Maybe we can put some of that off and put it in later. I don't know. Here's my big thing. Federal dollars are not guaranteed at this point. We all know that. And if we don't, we're morons, okay? So we have got to really, really ratchet it back. If you know you're not getting a paycheck next week, then by God, you need to fix your spending. My priorities would be the wastewater pumping stations, which I think are going to be fabulous. Station 24, I already talked about that. The $2 million has already been spent on it. The water improvements we have to have. Yes, WTF. I love it. That is the Howard Avenue FDEP money from Swift, that's Swift Mud Together. But you know, they paid $25 million towards the $54 million McDill 48 project. How much money is coming from the feds? Because it does not say in any of the grade 8, which was actually grade 9, I think, this morning, because we got an extra presentation out of it. What is the projected value of Spruce Street? Ashley Drive, while I like it, and one of my favorite people in the world suggested it, I think it's a hurry up and wait thing because we don't have those federal funds. I want to know every bit of the federal funds that are designated on there. Do we have them yet? If the answer is no, then we need to wait a little bit because we can't count our chickens before they hatch. We do not have the money. And we had a lot of folks sitting in here that were just here for one project, and it sure would have been nice to break it up a little bit this morning so that they could talk, so that they could go to work. Not everybody gets to sit around here all like I do. And y'all know how I feel about the Riverwalk. I think it's a vanity project. You know how I feel about the TPD annex. I think it's another vanity project. It's my understanding that most local police departments do not have their own forensics lab. Why do we need one? And at $40 million, we're spending a lot of money we don't have yet. And I was at all the meetings you guys were at, and I don't remember you guys approving all that money either. Please note that. And the one in 22. I don't remember. You guys might have done it when it was bundled up into something else where nobody saw it. But you didn't approve $40 million. That's for damn sure. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am. Our next speaker is Joe Collier, Mr. David Adams, Ryan Hayes, I do not see here, and Mrs. Elizabeth Dinwiddie. Good morning, sir. Please state your name.
Good morning. Howdy. Joe Collier, General Partner, Epicurean Hotel. After the November exciting city council meeting that we had, we decided to try to be part of the solution and jump in with some civic action and some cooperation. We have a neighborhood in Parkland that floods, and we need to find a way to get the water out.
Just a moment, sir. Mr. Wise, if you could take the conversation outside. Sir. Yeah, if you're going to have a conversation, please take it outside. Thank you very much. Sorry, sir. Go ahead.
So we said, we tried to jump in and said, look, we got a problem in Parkland. It floods. We need to find a way to get the water out. Is there a better way to do it? So here's a quick recap. We met with the mayor and the chief of staff. We met with Kimmons. We hired a local engineering firm based upon what the mayor and the chief of staff told us. Okay, we hired an engineering firm. 5 alternate routes were developed. We met with the Parkland board. I know you'll hear from some of the subset of Parkland, but they're not on the board. We met with Vic and his team. And we've learned a ton through this, a ton. And I'll give you just a quick recap so you can ask the right questions to help you guide the process. To date, nothing has been built or designed on this process. Nothing has been built or designed. Kimmons has been brought on to design it, to give you the answers, but they're precluding all these alternate routes. And we have some really good alternate routes that we put forward, I think, that are pretty sharp if you guys would just take the time to look at them. It took our engineer 2 weeks to create the same level of exhibits as what the city has. The Expressway Authority has said there is no magic to the Howard Avenue for them at all. And as a matter of fact, that THEA will contribute the money with any of the connections that we've proposed. And many others that we haven't proposed. So there's no magic to Howard Avenue for THEA. You'll get the 10, 11, 12, $13 million from THEA. If you don't believe me, please confirm it with THEA. I asked Vic and his team an important question. If the mayor and city council tasked you with a drainage route that didn't close South Howard Avenue, could you do it? And the answer was absolutely. Might cost a little bit more. He says, but that's a political decision. That's what Vic said. He goes, we're here to find the fastest, cheapest route. Doesn't matter about the cost of the businesses. Cost of the business is a political decision. The Parkland Board, who we met with, the folks that represent the neighborhood, they're behind 3 of our alternatives. 2 of them, they said they could get behind, but they needed a little bit more work. So you've got the South Howard Business Group, and you've got the Parkland Group. We've come together and we said that's the best way for civic cooperation and reduce the friction. So I think we've got some pretty good ideas in there, but your contract with Kimmons precludes you from even letting them study what we've proposed. So in good faith, we spent the money, we put some alternatives out there. It just seems to me that that's what civic cooperation is. Take a look at it and let's try to move forward on something we want to solve the problem in Parkland. We are not trying to slow this down, but nothing's been designed yet. So now is the time to start the design process and make it happen.
Thank you, sir. Mr. David Adams, Elizabeth Dinwiddie, and Harry Coleman. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Council. David Adams here. I live in Parkland Estates. I seek your continued support of the South Howard Flood Relief Project. This is a picture of what we're dealing with during normal summer rainstorms. This picture was taken on September 3rd, 2024. Director Bede has told you that the East Peninsula gathers tens of millions of gallons of water each time there's a heavy rain. Due to development and the failure to keep the stormwater system up to date, there's no place for the water to go but on our streets and into our homes. During Milton, over 150 homes were flooded in this basin. My home was one of them. Had 33 inches outside of my fence and about 12 inches in my house. I lost everything on the first floor. Family pictures, furniture, my kitchen, my laundry room, doors, walls, you name it. The financial and emotional toll of having your house destroyed by a flood is unbelievably devastating. I'm still trying to rebuild. Now here's some pictures of the devastation caused in our neighborhood from the November meetings that we had and after Hurricane Milton. Here's another one. Here's another one. I could go on for a long way because there's 150 houses that look like this. But thankfully, your stormwater department has a solution, and that's this project that we've been talking about. That solution will move those tens of millions of gallons out of the East Peninsula Basin to Tampa Bay where the water belongs. It doesn't belong on the streets. It doesn't belong in our homes. Here's a graph of the Tampa metro area population in the last 30 years. In 1991, when I moved in, the population was roughly 1.7 million in Metro Tampa. Now the population is 3 million people. That's a 74% increase. Yet over those 34 years, there's been no stormwater improvements along South Howard Avenue. Parkland Estates was platted in 1924. 100 years is a long time not to update the infrastructure. And that's particularly unfair because in 2016, this council passed a stormwater tax for the central and lower basins. That money was earmarked for projects just like this one. And that money's been budgeted and is ready to provide flood relief right now. No borrowing necessary, no interest, no nothing. The money's ready to go. Tens of millions of gallons have to be moved from these heavy rains. That can't be done through maintenance of the stormwater system with ideas like increasing the size of the inlets that go in there. That'd be like trying to fill up your car with an eyedropper. It just doesn't work. The existing pipes can't handle the millions of gallons of water. We need a large gravity-based culvert system to eliminate the structural flooding. Now, over the last several weeks, council's authorized over $11 million for other flood relief in other parts of the city.
Thank you
We
very
need
much.
relief too.
Thank you very much, sir. Elizabeth Dinwiddie, Harry Coleman, Steve Garish. Good morning, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Dinwiddie, also known as Liz Arcado in emails. So I would just like to say thank you so much to the 5 city council members who voted yes to move this project forward. It really means so much to me and my family. I'm going to try to speak today without crying, so cross the fingers. This is just a very emotional topic because it's your home. You know, there's nothing more personal than the safety of your family. And I would not have bought this home 1.5 years ago if I knew that it was in a flood zone. It was sold to me as a no flood zone property, and I specifically searched for a no flood zone property. And I bought this home in flood zone X, and many homes around me in flood zone X did not flood. So it is not like, oh, because it was a rain event of a particular, it was specifically because of lack of infrastructure. And that lack of infrastructure is what caused my flood zone X home to flood. And that can be fixed, and our engineers have shown you the way to fix it. Our mayor wants this to be fixed. Our city engineers want this to be fixed. This literally will come down to you and how you vote next. Can we break the ground or not? I think that we have some very strong yes votes, and I think we have a couple of votes that are not strong yes votes. And I just really plead with those city council members that this will literally be your choice on whether or not my family is safe. And I want you to really understand how important this is. Like, this isn't a maybe. We have already been traumatized by this lack of action. And I really, really ask you to consider that it is down to you and your vote whether or not this safety will happen for my family, for the people driving on these roads. It is a very big issue that has been going on for many years. And I ask you to remember the bus driver 9 years ago. You know, I can show you the video. 9 years ago, this bus driver trapped in all this water with all these people. This isn't new. This is 9 years of engineers looking at this project. This is 9 years already of various routes. Please do not be convinced that more needs more, like, let's consider all these different routes. Okay, they have. There's 9 years of multiple engineers. I have met with the engineers on this project. They have been so kind, as you are being now, to hear from me. I appreciate that very much. I appreciate the opportunity to be heard. The engineers have done their homework. This is 9 years. 9 years. How can we possibly, like, listen to the voices saying we need more routes? They have chosen this route based on their knowledge, their expertise. Please trust the engineers of our city.
Thank you very much. Harry Coleman, Dr. Garish. It is Dr. Garish, right? All right. You are the last speaker for this item, and then we go to the next items. Good morning, sir. Please state your name.
It's Harry Coleman. Good morning. Thank you for letting me speak today. I've been in this chamber for several occasions, supporting my neighbors, advocating for my family, and this video that I'm showing is why. And me and my family are not alone. 150 homes, additional businesses, they were all flooded, all during summer long and during Milton as well. We lost 16 grand trees due to soil saturated leeways. They're falling over. Yesterday, the city parks department or the city leeway, whoever it was, they were on Fountain cutting down a probably 80-foot oak tree because it reared up and cracked one of my neighbor's driveways. So it's still happening at this point in time. And what this all shows is that we need to attack the flooding problem at its root cause, which is the inadequate stormwater capacity for the Palmacia Basin. The current system is shown here. And this is out of the JMT study. And JMT, as we all know, is not Kimmons, and nor are they the city engineers. This was an outside firm who was hired to do this study. And this is one of the maps that they've shown, and we've seen this thing all the way back to 2020. And what it shows is the current actual system, and it's blue, and it flows out to the southwest and then down by Fred Ball Park. What South Howard Flood Relief Project is going to augment this entire system. So we're not going to replace, we're completely adding additional capacity to the actual system. And so this is the time for us to do it. I think if you look down on this map as well, there's nothing down Howard, which is crazy to me. I think Hyde Park has their own drainage. I think if you look at Beta Bay, they have their own drainage as well, but there's nothing down Howard and we haven't touched it in over 70 years. If you allow me an analogy, what we're currently doing in my neighborhood and many others around the city is that we're patching a tire on a pickup truck. Every time we have a blowout, we patch the tire. Every time we burst a pipe or a pothole from standing water on the road, the city does the patch. But the truck, you know, Tampa, it's carrying heavier and heavier loads through the choices we've made, and yet we just keep patching. We choose to build hotels so people can come and visit and see what an amazing city we have. They get to visit our restaurants, the world-class water access, and then they want to move here. And so we build them new housing, and it's an economic growth engine. But to do so, we have to stop patching. What we need to do is add more tires under the flatbed, convert it to a dually truck, which improves the stability and the traction and allows us the freedom to live the lives that we've already chosen. And that South Howard Flood Relief Project is those new tires. So my parting thought is that yes, we need the South Howard Flood Relief Project as it gets to the root cause of our issue. If we do other initiatives that are going to augment it, I'm all for them, but you cannot subtract from this budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Michelini, you're not signed up to speak. Dr. Garish is next.
Oh,
Can-
I am signed up to speak.
Let me refresh this real quick. Okay, Dr. Garish, you're the next speaker.
Just wanted to give you all one of these.
You're the last speaker on this item, sir.
Need to put this. Okay. My name is Steve Garish. I live at 2502 West Parkland. First, I just wanted to start by saying thank you to the majority of the council again for passing the vote to move forward with the South Howard Flood Relief Project. It has given us hope in our neighborhood at a time when there was very little of that going around. Lately, however, there is a renewed vigor by some parties in trying to shut the project down. Today, you have all heard reasons why you should consider shutting down the Flood Relief Project. Reasons such as it won't work and only a small minority support the project, or there are no short-term solutions that are being worked on. I plead of all of you to please think carefully before believing blanket statements. Ask for evidence, proof, and documentation. I would like to offer a rebuttal to some of these statements. Number one, it won't work. We have evidence that the project will work. 10 years of study and research by dedicated professionals and outside engineering firms has worked on developing this project. As you can see by the summary of the JMT findings, the floodwaters in our neighborhood are expected to be significantly reduced by this project. Where is the evidence that the project won't work? It has been said that engineers from all over the world laugh at this project and that they have a better plan. Where are those plans? Is it ready to start right? Is it ready to start right now, like our current plan, which is already started? Show us that these engineers are laughing at the project, because I can assure you that after spending a life's worth of savings on restoring my house, I am certainly not laughing. And as for the statement that only a small group of neighbors support the project, try 150 families whose homes flooded. The truth is that the 30 or so people that lie along a potential construction route are the only opposition to the project amongst homeowners, hardly a majority. In fact, most of the homes in the neighborhood are unaffected by either flooding or construction, so they don't really have an opinion. But the majority of homeowners with an opinion are most definitely for this project. Number two, there are no short-term solutions that are being worked on. The Mobility Department has been actively repaving roads north of Swan to improve runoff, has been cleaning and fixing retention ponds, and will soon start evaluating if there's cement under Fountain Park, which may impede drainage. These are all active projects designed to provide short-term improvement. In conclusion, we already spent weeks debating the merits of the South Howard Flood Relief Project. It is a well-studied and designed project that will provide flood relief for decades to this neighborhood. There is no new or compelling evidence that changes what you've already heard and decided upon, only unsubstantiated statements with little to no evidence backing them. To shut down the project would be total and complete abandonment of the community, because we all would have then is more empty promises and statements without merit, and another 10 years will pass by with our streets constantly flooding and our homes likely flooding again as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Michelini, you're the last speaker for this group, then we'll go to the next item, and then we have another group. You're in the next group, sir.
Signed up for item number 2.
It shows item number 3. But
It should have been 2.
you want to swap it? Okay, then we'll close you out as the last, okay. All right. Good morning, sir. Please state your name.
Steve Michelini. I'm here on behalf of the Soho Business Alliance. Let me put a document on the overhead that comes from the report that says the engineers were stopped from viewing anything other than the 3 alternatives that are in the contract. And it says very specifically here, they had a recommended alternative here that because it was going over to the Swan and Crosstown, or CSX,
Go down a little bit. Go down a little bit. Move it up a little bit. Just a little slightly. You did it too much.
Where am I going? Here.
Okay, there you go. There you go. Go ahead. So everything fits in the.
Anyway, it says the recommended alternative included the addition of a stormwater collection system along Swan, which has since been constructed. However, implementation of the recommended alternative was not completed at the proposed stormwater system, but it must cross the railroad track, so they were told to delete it. This started off, and if you look at the date, it was 2018. So from 2018, they've known that they were only going to propose that one alternative, or using Bristol, Morrison, and Howard. And just for the record, your motion to delete Bristol preceded the adoption of the contract. And Mr. Shelby advised you, what are you going to do? Because this was during your hearing. He said, what are you going to do because you have a conflict? We're not trying to stop the project. We want to make it better. We were told to go out and hire engineers to present alternatives that were reasonable. We did that. We submitted it to you. You have a 43-page document which was transmitted to you yesterday. TECO is not on board. They're telling us $150,000 to $200,000 connection fee to go from Howard to each business. Amazing. This stormwater plan only addresses 3 inches of water. They didn't tell you that. They're not talking about that. So those summer storms that they just showed you the video of, they're still going to happen and still going to impact Parkland. They've ignored the existing ditches. They've ignored the fact that we gave you alternatives that showed how you can not disrupt the neighborhood, not disrupt the businesses. There's no economic development issue at all. I'm asking for a resolution to amend the contract because Vic Beatty has specifically told us that he is locked in to the contract that does not allow alternatives. And that includes Bristol. They're going to continue to include Bristol in there. They can tell you that they'll look at other things. They're not going to do it. The contract is very specific. This council needs to make a resolution to ask to amend that contract.
Thank you, sir. Montesnot is the last speaker for this group, and then Mr. O'Hara will kick off the next few items. Good morning, sir.
Montesnot, Tampa, Florida. One said Huru. Huru means freedom in Swahili. And
Yes, sir, go ahead.
I'd be much appreciative if they can focus on the, thank you very much.
It's fine.
No, we can see it, we can see it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. O'Hara, you have item number 4 and then item number 3. And council, keep in mind that per the rules of the workshop, we conclude by 1 o'clock. I don't know, unless we extend it, but just an FYI. Yes, sir, Mr. O'Hara.
Thank you, council. Again, Dennis Rogero, Chief Financial Officer. If I can have the presentation up, please. Thank you for having us here today for our bonding and financing overview presentation. As it was last year, we're going to share a lot of data, or as we did last year, excuse me, we're going to share a great deal of data with you. We think it's very important, very valuable, and
Yeah, this wasn't in the on-base. Do we have copies of this for?
you got
for
the copy?
council?
Oh, I apologize.
Great,
Yes, yes,
thank
they're
you.
here, they're here. Oh, he's on it. He is. What's that? What's that?
I wish. I've always wanted to meet him.
Yes, sir. All right, and as he passes those out, taking a look at our agenda, we'll start with an update, as we always do. I say always do. This is our second comprehensive debt and bonding capacity update. Again, we've talked about the uncertainty in the world right now. We're going to talk about it some more. I'm not going to deny there is a great deal of that. And you see, we're going to go through the ratings, total city financing, non-ad valorem financing, water and wastewater financing, solid waste financing, and bonding capacity, and then offer questions and discussion. Again, perhaps we're pressed for time, and those questions and discussions may come at another time. I'd like to introduce our presenters today. Of course, it's me, with a small m, believe me, Molly Clark of Public Resources Advisory Group. Are they here yet? Oh, they're entering now. And this is Molly Clark of Public Resources Advisory Group. Will Reed of Ford & Associates. And we'll have our bond counsel and the president of Ford Associates coming in also. As you've heard me state before, we have a very, very successful history with these professionals. We make a great team, and I'm going to show you proof positive of that in just a moment. Mr. Reed, are you ready? Mr. Reed will now provide you with a municipal debt market update. Again, giving you some context into the environment that we're working in and through as we try to finance projects. Mr. Reed.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the council. My name is Will Reed. I am a senior vice president with Ford & Associates, and we are your municipal advisors over your water and wastewater systems. Advance the slides.
Oh,
Do we have a button?
clicker. Yeah, right click.
All right.
There you go.
So this year has been marked by extreme volatility. It feels as though the only thing that's been less certain this year than the markets have been the Rays Stadium negotiations. We've seen the stock markets bounce from under 39,000 to over 45,000, ending the year at 42,500. This year, the trend has continued, having already been back to nearly 45,000 and fallen down to 43,000. The Federal Reserve has played their role as well, with 3 cuts starting in late 2024, taking the upper end of the target range from 5.5% down to 4.5%. At the same time, the municipal market has seen a revision back to a more normal environment, losing the inversion that we'd seen for most of the year, with the AAA index running from about 2.5% on the short end to almost 4% out 30 years. The challenges the city has faced haven't just been market-driven, but weather as well. This chart should show you how the city and its staff's nimbleness allowed it to enter the market in an opportune time, taking advantage of Florida-specific principal redemptions and interest payments on October 1st. Helene and Milton decided they wanted to play their part as well. With Helene making landfall days before the city was set to sell $230 million in water and wastewater bonds, the city was able to identify impacts to the system in real time and relay that information to the city's financing team, and then disseminate that information to the rating agencies and the market as a whole, minimizing any impact that the storm had on pricing. Of course, the city's team is predominantly local, and we're dealing with impacts of their own with many homes, including those of your underwriters, financial advisors, and lawyers, all experiencing significant flooding and evacuated individuals. Then, we got to do it all over again with Milton making landfall between pricing and closing. The city and its team repeated the exercise again and had a successful closing on October 17th. I do want to point out that the ability of the city's water and wastewater system to both manage the impact of both storms and the ability to monitor the impacts in real time stand in stark contrast to many of the city's neighbors. And the city's foresight to invest heavily in its utilities has stood it in good stead. While that all lays out where we've been, we want to make sure you're aware of some of the challenges coming ahead. There's a growing push in Washington to eliminate tax exemption. This is not the first time that we've seen this. In 2017, this was raised with the end result being the elimination of advance refundings, which has cost the city millions of dollars. Tax-exempt financing has been a boon to local governments across the country, and in particular here in Tampa. In the 14th District alone, there are more than $14 billion in outstanding principal in local and regional tax-exempt bonds outstanding. When you take state-funded projects within that district, that number rises to over $25 billion. These projects are all across the board, many of which the city is directly responsible for. I want to make sure to highlight the fact that many of the city's current rates and all of the borrowing projections are based on the expectation of tax-exempt borrowing. If this goes away, those borrowings will become more expensive, which will lead to either reducing the project lists or increasing rates to meet those increased costs. To date, the Government Finance Officers Association, or GFOA, has been leading the charge to highlight the impact that tax-exempt financing has had across the country, but that's not enough. It's important that the House and Senate understand the vital role that tax-exempt debt plays for the constituents, and it's important that you as elected officials go through and make sure that they're aware that aware of the projects that are being funded here locally through those projects, through those dollars.
Thank you, sir. Again, he mentioned some of the nimbleness, flexibility, and expertise, and that was wonderful timing for our third pipes issuance. And of course, some dark clouds on the horizon if, in the event, that tax-exempt financing goes away. Very adverse impact. If I could have the presentation up again, please. And now we'll get into our credit ratings, financing, and bonding capacity. We'll start first with our ratings. Again, it's always nice and easy to share good news. Council will remember this slide, I think, from just a few months ago. We are up 7 credit rating upgrades, since 2019. Again, I congratulated Council then. I'll congratulate them now. I will remind Council that all of those AAAs you see there, whether they're capital A's or small A's, are the best you can get. And we have quite a few of them now. I said we were breathing very rare air last year. We're breathing very rare air now. And how rare is that? Well, that top line, I will remind Council and the public, that's the equivalent of our FICO score. If I was Dennis, my FICO score would be that. Just about as good as you can get. And when I say just about as good as you can get, hot off the presses, you may recall, Council, that we were tied for number 2 in a comparison of our peer cities last year. And you see here, well, we're not number 1. We're not number 1 yet, but we are no longer tied. We are a solid second place. I'll take that. Nationwide peer comparison. And last year, you may recall, and you probably don't, but I do, Minneapolis, pardon me, and Arlington were tied for first place. Arlington has dropped a notch. We're up a notch. It's just the 2 of us now. It's just the 2 of us, so we'll stay at it. At the risk of sounding like I'm bashing these other cities, I want to clarify, as I did last year, these are all fantastic credit ratings. Every single one of these cities, they're very, very good. Ours just happen to be very, very, very good. And again, it's a team effort. It's the mayor, it's council, it's revenue and finance, it's Mike Perry, it's the professionals that I just introduced. We have a fantastic history. And we hope to improve upon it if we can do something about Minneapolis. You see some of the strong comments from the rating agencies to the right. I'll reiterate them now. Strong governance. Very strong budget flexibility. We pride ourselves on that proactive risk management and, of course, our budget reserves and our emphasis on fund balance. Jump in now to our total city financing, a quick refresh. Because this is accounting, it's not quite as simple as just telling you everything we owe. You've got two main categories, governmental debt and enterprise debt, and then you've got subcategories and subcategories within subcategories. I won't belabor them now, but you've got non-ad valorem, you've got general fund, you've got the CIT, and you've got the enterprise debt. And we're going to highlight each of those as we give you a complete picture. And here you see those components compared to each other and their dollar amounts. Now, we're concentrating on principal right now. We'll get to interest in just a bit. All told, just under $1.4 billion in total principal across all funds as of the end of last year. You see in the upper left there, as of September 30th, 2024. As is our standard practice, we typically try to coincide this with our financial statements, which also end September 30th, 2024. But, and I'll highlight them as we go along, we've made some exceptions in this presentation because we want to give council up to the minute, or at least up to the week, information as to how much we are indebted in this city. So most of what you'll see ends September 30th. It's going to tie to the financial statements, nice and consistent, so anyone who's interested can follow. We showed this last year. I admit it's a very, very busy slide, and I won't go into it in detail, but the bottom line is the drastic decrease, the green line, in the proportion of our debt, our principal, to our budget. You see, 25 years ago, our principal was about twice what our budget was for the entirety of the city. It started decreasing year after year after year. It's pretty much leveled out now to the percentages you see there. Meanwhile, the purple line, our budget, of course, has increased just about every year. And so starting out, you see in the boxes there, again, over twice as much as the budget 25 years ago. So from a macro perspective, we like that decline and leveling out. Again, there are many, many other issues to take into account. And if you look at the upper left, this is one of those slides where we have included all of our issuances as of January 31st, 2025. So it includes the solid waste issuance we did after September 30th. It includes that third pipes issuance we talked about after September 30th. And again, up to the minute, or at least up to the week, information for our totality of principal and interest. As we've said before, you shouldn't talk about debt until you talk about principal and interest, and you see it right here. $1.6 billion in principal, and about another 70% of that, or just under $1.2 billion or $1.1 billion in interest. Totaling, you see on the lower right there, about $2.7, $2.8 billion as of January 31st. Continuing with our total principal and interest from a macro perspective, and if you look to the top there, you notice we're back to matching the financial statements. You see a nice declining and smooth picture, except that jump in 2029, and that's what we talked about earlier, Councilwoman Hurtak. That's the final payment for the waste-to-energy facility, which is now a non-ad valorem debt paid for by solid waste funds. We intend, as we've discussed, to issue separate long-term debt under the solid waste crown going forward. So what you'll see is that very large leap in blue gets spread out over decades in orange once we do that. We're not showing it here because what we're talking about right now is the current situation. So it's obviously a noticeable anomaly compared to the decline and then leveling out and a slight decline at the end that we plan. Bless you. And to talk about our non-ad valorem financing, Ms. Clark will come up here and take you through that in a little more and more knowledgeable detail. If we could have the presentation back up. There you go. This.
Good morning, or good afternoon. I'm Molly Clark, Senior Managing Director with Public Resources Advisory Group. We serve the city as financial advisor to the general government credits as well as to the solid waste department. The pie chart on this slide, we're highlighting the city's outstanding non-ad valorem debt, which as you can see is approximately $480 million in outstanding bonds, which makes up about 35% of the city's total debt portfolio. This slide is similar to the preceding slide that Dennis spoke to, although this strips out the enterprise fund debt and shows only the non-ad valorem debt. You can see non-ad valorem debt is made up of financings for general government projects, parking, Tampa Sports Authority, tourist development tax, solid waste at this point in time. As Dennis spoke to earlier, you can see that year 2029 is an outlier. The reason there is that a bank loan that the city closed in June of this year is scheduled for all principal to mature in 2029. In fact, that principal will be refinanced before it matures, so that 2029 year, we will never actually reach that point in time. We'll spread it out across several years into the future before we get to the maturity date. So as things stand now, in 2025 through 2028, the city has approximately in the low 40 millions per year annual debt service under the non-ad valorem credits. 2029 is sort of its own year, which we've spoken about. That debt will be spread forward into the future before we reach that 2029 date. After 2029, at this point in time, annual debt service drops off significantly, as you can see. From there, we're sort of in the mid-teens, mid-millions of teens each year through 2051. This slide looks at just principal and what your outstanding principal is each year from the year 2024 through 2051. As you can see, principal declines over time and will be paid off entirely from where we stand today in 2051. Again, in those earlier years, the large sort of turquoise-colored portion of the bar between 2024 and 2029 is this solid waste bank loan that will be spread out over several years into the future as we go forward. And with that, I'll return the mic to Dennis.
Thank you, ma'am. And you can see a recurring emphasis on either leveling or declines in our obligations. Again, keeping capacity, which I'll talk about in a little bit, open. And we'll do a little bit of a deeper dive into the non-ad valorem financing from a category and project perspective. Big picture you see here, fire department, public safety projects, etc. Right now, we plan on issuing the first column to the left, 2025, a little under $81 million. We have successive issuances. You see issuance 1, 2, and 3. The years to issue, well, we don't know yet. That's going to be based on the timing of the projects, the approval of some of the projects by City Council, and the timing of the need for the money. We typically and would like to continue avoid borrowing money, paying interest on it, and not spending it. So we time our borrowing to coincide when the funding will be needed. You see the major categories there, and then drilling down into the different departments. And of course, right at the top there is the Fire Station 24 and the rest of the fire department. Speaking of Fire Station 24, right now it doesn't look like they'll need the entirety of that money when we issue our debt, probably around the summer. So we have 1.8 on deck, and then the 24 million at some time in the future, depending upon progress, timing progress of the project. And you see that carry on successively through each fire department project, and you'll see it with the other projects also. Moving into public safety, and there's the TPD Howard Avenue project. Again, $4 million we anticipate asking council to approve this year, with the overwhelming majority in a successive issuance, again, based on when we think we're going to need that funding. Over to the far right, you see over just under $45.3 million. Now, I will say these issuance amounts are on the high side, and that's by design. Many of these projects are already being done, again, based on council approval, whether the project in its entirety, like the East Tampa Recreational Complex, or the impound annex for TPD, wherein, again, only the design, site improvements, et cetera, were approved. So these issuance numbers are going to remain a moving target based on when they're going to need the money, again, and how much they're going to need. Because we have projects that have actual expenses, that's money out the door. We have projects that have purchase orders and encumbrances that may be legally out the door and may change as the project continues. So you're going to see these amounts typically on the high side. We'd rather bring you the highest scenario and then lower it rather than the reverse, when we can. Continuing through the different departments, you see the convention center. You have some general government projects. I note the Hannah Avenue relocation. That is a planned issuance based on the total cost of that project. And then the two relatively new housing items that council approved recently for Blue Tampa 2 and the ALFO LLC. I actually don't remember what that is, but about $10 million of housing. And I think council will recall that it's relatively recent. We talked about, and I recently, or just mentioned, the East Tampa Recreation Center. You see $38 million is what we plan to bring to City Council this summer to issue what we think will be the entirety of the debt associated with that project. Sulphur Springs Pool, we talked about that. I believe Councilwoman Henderson recalled that the amount of funding had been increased, and you see that reflected here, $3.6 million. And any number of other projects in Parks and Recreation and Mobility. I will note the United Ashley project, third from the bottom under Mobility Projects. Council may recall a presentation recently about that project. Council continued it to another date. And I asked council to recall that the future funding, we were fortunate enough to have a lot of flexibility in how we go about funding that. This is just one possibility. We mentioned the CIT renewal, which I'll speak to in just a moment. We also mentioned CRA funding. But again, we want to give council the highest dollar amount estimates that we can, so you're not surprised, so the mayor's not surprised, so I'm not surprised with increases in the future, at least as much as we can avoid it. We have the Housing Program Funds Agreement, again, a recent approval by City Council. Mr. Miller? Yes. Steve Miller, our bond counsel. There's some intricacies and nuances associated with this issuance that he'll be able to speak to better than I.
Thanks, Dennis.
Thank you.
Steve Miller with Neighbors Giblin Nickerson, bond counsel to the city. I think we'll probably go to the next slide. This is just a summary of the housing program funds loan agreements. You got it? Yep. Okay. We wanted to explain this one because it's going to be a slightly different approval process that the city council will be asked to participate in, different than prior approvals that the council has given. In moving forward with this transaction, we will come back to City Council with a general bond resolution, which will look very similar to others that you guys have approved in the past, utilizing the covenant to budget and appropriate non-ad valorem revenues to pay the debt for these loans to developers of these projects. In this case, though, once City Council approves the general bond resolution, we are going to seek on the city's behalf a validation process. Under Florida law, the city hasn't done this in quite some time, but under Florida law, there's a statutory process that allows you to take a debt issuance to the circuit court in order to identify, if you have a legal issue that you've identified that you need some clarification from the court and their approval, you can take it to the court and get their blessing and determination about any particular legal issues you may have. We have a legal issue with regard to this affordable housing debt that we propose to do to provide loans to these developers. It's a fairly simple legal issue, but it's one that we've recommended that we go to the court and get their blessing for it. It'll prevent any legal challenges to this debt once it's issued. Under Florida law, when the city or any local government issues debt for a general governmental purpose, whether it's roads, water sewer system, solid waste, something that's a general project, the standard is that it's got to meet there's got to be a public purpose for the project. When you issue debt and use the city's credit for a project where a private entity is going to derive more than an insubstantial benefit, then the standard is not a public purpose, but you have to have a paramount public purpose in doing the project. The most famous validation case probably that's come out of here in a long time was when former Mayor Poe challenged the original Raymond James Stadium back in the mid-90s about doing those bonds. And that validation case went to the Florida Supreme Court, who did determine that the building of the stadium constituted a paramount public purpose. In this case, because the developers and the builders of these projects will be getting more than an insubstantial benefit from you all issuing debt and loaning those proceeds, we've determined that we should go to the circuit court for that process. So it takes a couple of months, 2 to 3 months, to get through that process. And once that validation is successfully sought, the city would go through its normal RFP process to get a bank loan facility for these two loan agreements. And then we would come back to city council with all the specifics like we usually have with the transaction details, who the bank facility is, what the terms are, interest rates and such. So you would all be asked to approve that transaction after the validation. And then we would just go through the normal transaction process and finalize it and close it. I just want to explain it because it will be a little bit different than what you guys have seen in the past.
Thank you, sir. Simple. And I know we're throwing a lot of detailed information at you, and there's a method to our madness that I'll explain in just a little bit. Upcoming potential financing, again, consistent with the previous slides and consistent with what is our plan at this time. And I will remind council, of course, just like the budget, plans change, right? And this may change also, and I'll touch on that in a moment. The next major step will be to bring you debt issuances for those projects and a little bit more. Why a little bit more? Should council approve the projects, we want to be able to start whether or not council knows now whether they want to issue debt for it or not. And as council will remember, that's what reimbursement resolutions are for. We do council approves a reimbursement resolution for Project A. We can now start working on Project A and spend money on Project A. It does not obligate council to issue debt for that, but if we do issue debt, we can pay ourselves back for the funding we're spending. Again, all in attempt to expedite projects instead of waiting on the financing. We've done it before. I think we'll do it again, and this is pretty much the next step. You can look forward to that, barring any changes, and I'll speak to that in a moment, this summer. This is a little bit redundant, a little bit duplicative, but you see a total now on the bottom with those projects that council may decide to fund with debt and may not. And now I'm going to ask Ms. Clark to come back up with the potential future financing.
Can
Yes,
we
sir.
pause for a moment? No?
Can we just finish?
Okay,
I
this
have
is
a ton of questions.
I know this is a good break here, though. This is a long, he's got a lot
I
of
know,
stuff in
but
front of him.
A great deal of information.
Yeah, there's still 19 more slides. Let's just wait till the end.
Okay. Thank you. Again, just to set the table, everything we've shared with you is what has already occurred and what we plan on doing from a project, dollars and cents. A little bit more of a detailed perspective. Ms. Clark will come up now and share with you from a macro perspective, again, what the existing plan is. I'll take this. Just tell me next slide.
Not yet. How much do you want to extend?
All right. Again, Molly Clark with Prague. This slide presents what the debt service picture will look like after the issuance of these prospective additional debt issues. We would take the debt service that the city currently has in place into account and structure the new debt service around the existing debt service so that you're paying an overall approximately level amount of debt service in each year going forward into the future. You can see as we reach 2055, we're at a plateau generally, and then 56, 57, and 58 sort of trail off. The reason for that is that each of the future issues we're looking at will be most likely structured as a 30-year deal. So your issuance in 2026 will see its final maturity in 2056. 2027 will mature in 2057, and 2028 will mature in 2058. So as we move forward in time, your debt service structure sort of trails off, as you'll see here in this slide. Next slide. Again, here, this includes the large payment you can see in 2029. Again, that will go away, but this is again all of the non-ad valorem debt service shown out through the 30-year period.
And if I could just postscript that, you see in the upper right there, the total principal and interest according to this plan, just under 1.29 million or $1.29 billion. All right, that's me. Thank you. All right, and this is what I hope to be the method to our madness, and this is why you hear me talking about plans, and plans change. We have a plan. Again, I've said it before, I like to scuba dive. You plan the dive and you dive the plan. Doesn't mean the plan can't change, and this has the potential to change the plan drastically. Again, we're very, very fortunate. The CIT was renewed last year before, anyway, but it starts December 1st, in a little less than 2 years, and it's going to be here before you know it. You see some of the items there, taking into consideration passage of it. We may pledge that revenue for debt. And you see the conditions associated there. I won't read through it. We may include these revenues in a non-ad valorem debt issuance, just as we've done with solid waste. And you see the distribution. It's well known. And now we'll get into a little bit more detail. And here's why. Over to the far right bottom, you see over the course of about 5 years, and not 5 full years because we'll only get 10 months in the first year, over $200 million is anticipated to be received. You see, again, the category public safety, transportation, et cetera. What this will provide the mayor, what this will provide city council, what this will provide the city is a great deal of flexibility in whether council wants to approve all or portions of the debt plan we've just presented to you. We haven't talked about what we're going to do with the CIT renewal, so it's not part of our plan. Maybe we don't finance as much. Maybe we pay-go many of those projects. Maybe we do a combination of both, similar to our pipes program. So we've rushed through the information a little bit because I fully anticipate plan to change. But we have to have a plan for guidance, to take actions necessary in preparation of the budget, and to take actions necessary in preparation of a capital improvement program for your review. What I anticipate, of course it's council's discretion, is much more discussion on what's going to happen and how we want to allocate the community investment tax funding. Fortunately, again, we're not asking for any actions by council today. Fortunately, budget preparation process is starting for fiscal year '26. I think we have ample time to discuss it.
Wait, we're gonna hold questions until the end. He's got,
Well, I'm just saying that the public doesn't know what a CIT tax is, or revenue, or nothing like that. You don't know what it is.
16 more slides.
And we can elaborate on that at the end if you'd like. And now, again, Mr. Reed, to walk us through the water and wastewater financing, current and
Chair.
planned.
So we have a city council rule that says that we're supposed to have lot breaks in these presentations to be able to allow for questions and answers. And I think transitioning to the wastewater financing, this would be a perfect opportunity to break for questions, because we did have that in our city council rules, that we'd have.
All right,
we'd
you
go
had
to-
your microphone first, and then Councilman Miranda, yes, Councilman Clendenin.
Okay, so I have a question.
Yes, sir.
So what happens if this city council votes no on a debt issuance for a project that's happening right now?
A couple of things. If it was, and many of these have been approved by a reimbursement resolution, and thus a contract was let, and thus money was spent, I would defer to the legal department as to how much of an obligation we have. What, off the top of my head, if it's actual expenses, if it's money out the door, we're gonna have to come up with it from someplace. Ms. Kopesky, I think, was nice enough, and thank you again, ma'am, for all your assistance, to send council a refresher reminding them that we have about $55 million in obligation for projects based on future debt issuance and reimbursement resolutions. I hope that wasn't too long-winded, Jim.
No, so on a specific project that I said I voted for yes for, but I wouldn't vote for bonding for it. So when that comes up and I vote no for it, and let's say 3 other council persons vote no on bonding, that means we would just have to find in the administration in the current fiscal year or the next fiscal year would have to find that funding in that budget.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it's, the obligation still exists, just the method of financing would have to be taken out of our own hide.
You summed it up better than I did. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Okay, just want to clarify, because I know so we have some of those projects that are coming up that.
We do.
Question about the debt issuance and taking this to court on the.
I'm sorry, debt issuance and what?
Taking to court on the housing issue.
Oh, yes.
So maybe your subject matter expert would be best.
I'm pretty much
handle.
going to hand it over to
So-
him, but I'm happy to take the question, yes.
Is there precedence of a municipality borrowing money and using debt to subsidize for-profit developers?
There is precedent for this affordable housing type structure that you guys are in right now. There is precedent in other jurisdictions.
That's passed.
Yes, that
the
has
small
gone through the
test from the
validation
court?
process. The way validation works, though, it's circuit-specific. Unless it's an issue that the Supreme Court of Florida has addressed, it doesn't carry necessarily within a circuit. And they're also debt-specific. So when you get something approved, it's for that debt and that debt only.
Has this ever been elevated to Florida Supreme Court?
It has not. On the affordable housing front, it has not. But it has been done in South Florida a couple times.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Miranda, Hurtak, Carlson. You're good? Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that when you, and I'm not sure you're correct or anything, but when you claim the tax, the CIT tax, should mean anything to
The microphone.
Understood, and I can elaborate on it somewhat,
Yeah,
just from
what it is.
from memory. It is a community investment tax for any number of projects. It exists now. The existing community investment tax sunsets in just a couple of years. The idea or the renewal of said tax was surfaced as a referendum that was approved by the public, and it will take effect, I think you saw December 1st, 2026 or 27. Again, the good news is it stands to provide us with a great deal of revenue going forward. It's a 15-year tax in contrast to the current 30-year tax. But the funding doesn't start for almost 2 years.
Councilmember Hurtak, Carlson.
So going back to this slide that talks about taxable bonds and the possibility of taxable bonds, when do we think we will have an answer for that?
Oh, that's an excellent question. Again, I will defer to the subject matter expert.
It's likely to be handled in session this year. It may come up at some point in the future, but it is through much of the cost savings that the federal government is going through and trying to realize. One of the items that's on the table is the elimination of tax exempt debt.
Okay, so you're talking about federal legislation?
Yeah, so in
Okay,
essence,
but,
yeah.
but there's really no like session per se. I mean, they go all year. So what's a predictable, would we know maybe by the summer? Or is this going to be one of those things that's just drawn out and threatened for ages?
I would think that by sort of summer or fall, we'd have a good sense of whether it's going to be a near-term problem or whether it's something that will come back. As I said before, it came up in 2017, and it's been dormant until now, but it's come back. So it's likely, even if it's fought back, it will still be something that may come up in the future as well.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna move on, slide 18. I just want people to take a look at that again. That's $2.8 billion of debt. That just makes my skin crawl. Okay, moving on to item number 27, or slide number 27. If you could show slide number 27.
If I could have the presentation back up. Please.
Yeah. So,
There we are.
going back to United Ashley, you know, this is something that I have, we sent an email to you earlier this week to ask if this is money that has been received, and you said that no, it has not been received, and it is reimbursable. Can you expound on that? Because your email says that the grant is reimbursable and the city must have valid expenditures prior to submitting a request. So can you expand on that?
Yes, ma'am. It's a reimbursable grant. Many, if not most, of our grants are reimbursable. The grantor typically wants to see action before they're going to fund fill in the blank, and this is a perfect example. We will have to have definitive and defensible expenses for the grantor before they'll pay us back what we've already spent. And as you said, we have no funding right now.
And we have no real, I mean, again, we cannot depend on actually getting reimbursed by the federal government now. But additionally, I'm confused because when I looked at the funding that I brought up last week, the federal grant is $5.3 million, and then the CIT series of bonds back from 2016 is $4.7 million.
Yes, ma'am.
Then there's an assumption that you're going to get CRA funds, which is $8 million, which could be added to this because I doubt there's any room in the CRA funding for that. But then the future debt, mobility fees and or CIT renewal is only $3.94 million. So I'm not quite sure how you're getting the $5.8 million here.
I think we're just hedging our bet. Again, when we discussed it last time, and in that memo, what we were offering were funding scenarios. And again, there remains a lot of flexibility, which is a good thing, but a little more difficult when you're trying to chart a definitive course. So I think we're hedging our bets there. You gave a perfect example. If the CRA board decides they don't want to, or they disapprove a contribution from the CRA or a lower amount, then we'll have to look for other funding sources. A good eye, though, ma'am.
Yeah, I mean, that's one I'm gonna stick with because we just don't have the money for that right now. And the other thing that I just think is interesting as well is page 35, which is the CIT renewal projections. How conservative are these projections?
Yeah, that's an excellent question, and the projections are based on any number of inputs from any number of experts. If memory serves, a little under $800 million over the course of that 15 years. What it will depend upon, of course, is the growth or change in the sales tax. I wouldn't call these ultra-conservative projections, but I wouldn't call them overly liberal projections either. I would call them unknown. I don't mean to be evasive, but it's probably the best guess the experts have at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Carlson Miranda. Yes, sir.
Could AV please put up slide 17, please?
Slide 17. Yes, sir.
I think we ought to blow this up like 8 by 10 feet and put it on the wall in the back and on the side and the hallway, everywhere else. This is a really important slide. Thank you, Dennis, to you and your team for putting this together.
Yes, sir.
First question, on the far left, so 2000, that was still what, Greco administration? Is that great?
He was
I don't know, it
till
was before my time. Yes.
So it shows $1 billion in debt and then 212% of revenues. Do we know where this debt originated? How far back it went beyond that?
I do not off the top of my head, but we can circle back and give you.
It'd be
that
interesting to know if, I know there was some debt tied to the origination of the CIT, which is like 98. And I wonder if this debt preceded that. I know at one point, Charlie talks about the water treatment plant and, state-of-the-art, I think, what was that, 100 million or something? There were some big items back then, but I'm just curious to see what they invested in. So if we're going to compare the past to the future,
We can get that for you.
I wonder if you have three experts here. I looked at their backgrounds, but maybe Molly Clark, could I ask you a question? She's still here. And maybe the others could jump in also. But I've talked to people who used to work at the ratings agencies, and they've told me that they're concerned about, although our ratings are great now, to me the thing is not to praise the ratings the way they are now. Once you're on top, which we are, the problem is how do you stay up there? And so I've been told by many financial people and people with other municipalities that our debt ratio is really high. And so we're seeing, it says right now we're at 78 to 89% of revenues. But when you add the, don't switch slides, please, but on page 24, we're adding another 349 million in debt. So that means we'll be at 1,970 million in debt, total debt, which at least would exceed, I think, this year's revenues or be equal to this year's revenues. So at what point do the bond rating agencies say, hey, wait, you all have too much debt? And I wonder, with your experience, I see your organization is in several states. A major, not smaller ones, but major municipalities, how often is it that the debt to revenue ratio is 1-to-1 or above 100%?
I'd have to follow up on that specific question, but what I can tell you generally, each of the rating agencies takes a different approach. Each has their own approach, but generally each sort of takes a look at an issuer from several different vantage points. So debt is an important one. The financial metrics to each agency are a critical portion. However, it's not the only portion of each of the metrics that goes into the overall evaluation that ultimately generates a rating being assigned by each of the agencies. Demographics are taken into account, budget, different elements of the issuer, of the city, the county, the state, and so debt levels will fluctuate with each issuer, and as will budget and demographics, and each of the agencies kind of takes a holistic look, looks at all of the different components, and comes out with their ratings that way.
Dennis, it would be helpful if, ideally we'd ask the ratings agencies, but maybe we can ask our consultants to come back to us some point and tell us what are the bright lines, what are the things that we can't go over. We know that we're kind of mandated to have about a 20% reserve. We've been hovering on 23 to 25%, so that whereas the 3 to 5% is the real rainy day fund, but we can't go below 20 because it would change our rates. I would like to know where the bright lines are. From everything I've been told by others, we shouldn't pass a 1-to-1 ratio of debt to revenues, which I think we're going to pass almost no matter what. I think that is way beyond what most people think that government should do, especially when you look at the interest. And in all of these, the interest is not 100%, but when you're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars of interest, any chance we have to pay go is definitely better. When we start talking about the CIT, Community Investment Tax re-up, I don't think we should be spending the money beyond our terms. You said December 2026. The new city council takes over in May, just 5-6 months later. I know there's some laws about obligating a future city council or future mayor, but I don't think we should be bonding all that in the future. That's what happened to CIT when it originally got done, which is why the county commission limited it to 15 years this time. Last question. If we find more favorable rates in the next few years, what is the cost of refinancing it as a big bucket or in big buckets to get more favorable rates? Is the transaction cost too high to make it not worth it, or is it worth it?
It's on a transaction by transaction basis. So each time you issue debt, a decision is made, how is that debt callable in the future? Is it callable? At times the city has issued non-callable debt, meaning it's difficult or expensive, and you wouldn't really have an option to refinance that debt. Typically, tax-exempt bonds are issued with a 10-year call, meaning that in 10 years, you can refinance that debt. And again, given that we're typically looking at 30-year deals, after 10 years, you're most often going to have savings because now you're only looking at a 20-year horizon to the final maturity date. So again, we analyze all of it on a transaction by transaction basis and on an ongoing basis. Jerry Ford and his team looks at all of the water sewer debt. Can we call any of these? Prague and my team, we look at the governmental and the solid waste debt to see if there are refunding opportunities. And when there are, we notify your staff, and to the extent those are large enough transactions, or we can combine a refunding of existing debt with a new money project, we do that, and the city's been really good about staying on top of those opportunities.
Thank you.
Councilmember Miranda, Councilmember.
Thank you. I have some, looking at these numbers in page 34 on the CIT. That was history. The vote was taken. They passed by a couple of points. That's yesterday's news. However, when I look at the CIT renewal distribution, public safety 43, 24, 11, and 21, that's 99% of something. What is that something that we're getting back? And the question in my mind is, what happens if we don't collect enough money to pay the CIT tax on the bondings that we're going to give out? We're going to go bond out. In other words, anything can happen. So we're going to bond something out, and we're going to give the money away to two entities, mainly. That's what it is. This is our share. What does that share of 43, 24, 11, and 21 mean on that 15 years taxable collecting on that 0.5% or whatever it is, half a penny, whatever they want to call it. I don't know if pennies make that much money, but you rather get 1 penny and double it every day, 30 days, they get $1 million in cash, because you get more of that 1 penny and you go to the $1 million. If you get that penny and double it for 30 days, you get more money than if you give me $1 million. It's a mathematical fact. So then, what I'm looking at is, what is that for the public safety, mobility, parks and recreation, and public facilities, whatever public facilities means, because that doesn't mean you can walk into any stadium without paying. So yes, public facility this way, and the way it was put on the ballot was two different things. The ballot was for them, and this is what we get, 21%. I understand that. Understood. What I don't understand, what I cannot comprehend, is what are we getting if we bond it out and we don't collect enough taxes to pay the bond?
Okay, if I could answer that in segments. First of all, to reiterate a point Councilman Carlson had made, we're under no obligation to bond or finance any of this funding.
I'm glad you said that.
I'm sorry.
Can we not bond and pay the tax out of we collect to the entities? I want to pay them. Mm-hmm. The public voted for it.
Yes.
Can we do that without bonding?
We can.
Then why are we bonding?
Well, for the reasons you would bond anything. If you want to accomplish big things soon, so you don't have to save up the money, and the PIPES program is a perfect example, then you'd finance. There are other reasons, but that's generally why you would bond it.
I want to make sure that my head's a little clearer than it was before I asked the question, so then we can do it, collect the money and distribute it to them on a monthly or bi-monthly or every 3 months, whatever it is. I don't know how, if we bond it, what do we do? Give the money away right now? I don't know.
If we, well, we will owe whatever we're gonna owe,
Right,
regardless of the
correct,
funding.
yes, I'm not doubting that.
So if we decided, if council decided to bond this funding, we would not, it would be highly unlikely we would bond this particularly. We would do a non-ad valorem bond, and this would simply be one of the methods of repayment. And then from that funding, we would pay the bills, whether it's from the Amalie Arena or from Raymond James Stadium.
But won't you save a lot of money if you don't bond?
Yes, yes. you
All
may.
right, thank you.
Yes.
Before I go to Councilmember Hurtak, we typically finish our workshops at 1, and we have several people asking about lunch when we break. We do have a 5:01 PM meeting tonight. Yes, ma'am.
I have a proposition. For item number 3, which is talking about the extra funding from FY '24, a lot of, I believe, our conversation is gonna have to do around stormwater. And next week, we have 2 items about stormwater. If it's okay with you all, I would be happy to move that item to next Thursday, knowing that it will be a bit of a longer day, but I think we cannot push it any further because we need to move
That's
some of
fine.
that money.
Yeah, we can blend it in.
Yeah,
So
okay,
moved.
so I move, item number 3, file number CM 248158 to, staff reports and unfinished business, which will require us to waive our rules.
That's fine.
I motion to waive the rules,
We have a motion to waive the rules, second by Councilman Vier, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
and I second hers.
And then we have a motion from Councilmember Hurtak to continue and add item number 3 to that staff report, as you mentioned, to that discussion.
Just after it, because
Okay.
there's technically 2 separate discussions, and this is will be a different discussion. But I do believe that, several of us have talked about in spending some of the extra money on stormwater, so I think that it would be a natural progression.
That's fine.
All right. Look at the remaining items on the agenda.
Yeah, I have a motion.
Well, let's take this motion here. We have a motion and a second just for item number 3. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Do you have any other motions, Councilmember Hurtak?
I have another one. I have the council salary discussion, and I am happy to move that to, I believe it's May?
15.
Second,
No, April workshop, April 2024 workshop.
second.
Do we need to have the discussion, or is it a moot point?
Well, I don't know, so, I mean, that's why I kind of wanted to ask, because supposedly now it's gonna be tied to ATU, but do we want to do that? We wanted to have that conversation, so I still
Yeah,
think it's
there
a
is something
conversation worth having, but let's move it then to May's workshop, which is 22nd, May 22nd.
Yes, sir.
And the maker of the motion, I guess that would be Councilwoman Hurtak. In the meanwhile, you can see if we do need to have it, and if not, we can pull it. But yeah, let's move it for now, and that's
Okay.
Yeah, so that's file number CM 4658.
We have a motion and a second to move item 7 or continue it to the May workshop. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Can I just say for anybody watching, Mr. Chair, that item was not about our council, it was about the council starting May 1st, 2027. It's about a future council, not ours.
Okay.
Okay.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
I seconded it.
Councilmember Henderson. Yes, ma'am. All
Mr.
right.
Chair?
And then Councilmember Clendenin.
I would like to have council's permission to work with, for item number 5. I would like, Attorney Morris Massey had submitted a report. The amount was for staff to present a draft ordinance. That was just a report. What I would like to do is have this council's permission to have myself work with Attorney Massey to work on a draft ordinance to be presented, because there's some issues that I think I have with it, to be presented at council on May 15th.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
So that would eliminate the discussion for today.
Correct. And then we remove items number 5 from today's discussion.
All right.
And Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to move item number 6 to May 22nd.
Second.
Yes? Yes, and then remove it from today.
But the item should be, I'm sorry, this is to the maker of the motion. Is
So the original item would be continued. So Because
Yes.
he was submitting a staff report today, but I'm going to work with Attorney Massey to draft an ordinance to be presented to council on May 15th.
So the motion will remain the same?
Yeah.
The
The
item,
the
way
original,
it's on.
the
Okay.
original, yeah.
We have a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
And then, anything else?
Did we do
If
the
not,
second?
Councilmember Carlson.
Move to continue item number 6 to May 22nd.
We have a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Can I mention one more thing?
Sure.
When we do the grade 8, we ought to have it on its own workshop or its own day,
Yeah.
because there obviously wasn't enough time. Do we need to make a motion to say that, or?
No, in the future when it comes up.
Okay, just for staff, if you would please help us do that.
So our only public comment speaker will be Mrs. Stephanie Pointer after this discussion. But
And-
we're still going, so I'll, not yet, not
So
yet.
a motion to continue to what, 2 o'clock then?
To 1:30.
Let's do 1:30, because I gotta go to the mechanic to pick up my car, to come back here and do more city council. Huh? No, I got it, so. All
So
right,
is
we have
that
a
a
motion and a
motion?
second to extend to 1:30, all in favor?
Aye.
And if we could please keep our new business for tonight, is that okay?
I have a question on that. At the time, I'll make.
Yeah, okay. All righty, Mr. O'Hara. You were, I think you left off at slide 35, 36.
Thank you. Yes, I think it was 36. If I could have the, yes, if I could have the presentation back. There it is. Let me get to where we're going to go. And again, Mr. Reed will come up and give you an overview. You want me to do the slides? You got it.
Wonderful. Thank you, and I'll try to move through these pretty quickly. On the upside, there's not much here that's going to be terribly different than what we went through last year at this time. Again, water and wastewater is the enterprise side predominantly, and that is where the vast majority of the city's debt is currently outstanding. As mentioned earlier, the city identified significant needs in the water and wastewater system and embarked on a program to improve those systems. Through Helene and Milton, we've seen the value that those improvements have had. This system, dating back to the 2010s, was designed to go through and maintain the AAA rating while keeping the rates significantly below comparable systems throughout the state. We go through, every time there's an issue, we work very closely with the feasibility consultants to go look at the bright lines that the rating agencies, all 3 rating agencies have on the various debt metrics that range from things like coverage, going through making sure that we're maintaining a revenue to debt coverage level, as well as going through and maintaining the days cash on hand, which is another piece that they look at pretty carefully. We run through multiple iterations, making sure that not just the first issue meets the AAA ratings, but all the subsequent issues that we have throughout the rest of the PIPES program leave the city in a position that we maintain those AAA ratings. It is something that we work with the rating agencies and the feasibilities on very consistently. Going through, the system achieved its 3rd AAA rating in 2020 in the midst of COVID, with a transaction that year that was subsequently declared Deal of the Year. We're currently working through the remainder of the plan that we went through and put in place in the 2010s to go through and fund the rest of the PIPES program. Again, as we discussed, the city's water and wastewater program in the middle of a multi-year investment, having already issued $270 million in 2020, $298 million in 2022, $231 million in 2023, or 2024, and the plan currently runs through 2030. As you can see here, the debt is structured for predominantly local payments, and that is what we currently have outstanding. The principal portion of that will roll off over time. We don't have any large spikes. It's just a gradual roll-off of principal, much in the same way that a normal mortgage would look as well. Going through looking at the future debt, the plan is currently to go through and wrap that around existing debt with a plan of giving the city a level overall payment structure and structured in close collaboration with the city's rate and feasibility consultants to protect those AAA ratings of the system. Again, this currently based on the last runs through the feasibility consultant in conjunction with our office, this is what we're currently looking at the debt of the system looking like after the subsequent 2030 issues.
Yes, sir.
Along these, the pipes program that we're talking about, the water and wastewater, we started this sometime back, and I wanted to do it 30 years earlier, $2 a month, and nobody wanted to listen to me. Now I think it's at $7 a month, if I recall, something like that each. Can you give us a figure, any one of you gentlemen, about what it's producing every month that we're doing it pay-as-you-go? It's, I don't know how many accounts we have, I don't know that number, if not, I could figure it out myself, I guess.
I don't have those numbers
Well, if
currently.
you can, I'm not trying to get you off your.
We can
but
follow up,
If you
sir.
can, if you can give us figures on wastewater and water, how many accounts we have and what does it produce on a monthly basis, so we can find out what happens.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
If there are no questions on that, in the interest of time, although we're prepared to speak to it, I don't anticipate we're getting ready to share anything new regarding solid waste funding.
No,
The-
Mr. Washington was here earlier,
Yes.
and I think
Yeah.
we were good, so.
Thank you. In that case, I'll get to the bonding capacity in the final portion of our presentation today. So you've seen what we've done to date. You see the plan, and again, I emphasize the plan for where the debt issuance, or what our debt issuance universe is right now. And I'd like to highlight something I should have highlighted earlier. You'll see the word potential throughout this presentation, because again, we're not taking for granted that council's going to issue this debt, but it is the plan right now, and these are the potential actions that we'll ask council to take. So having seen what we've done, here is our bonding capacity, very similar to what we showed you last year. Our capacity has actually increased a bit, $400 million compared to last year, and it's broken up as you see here. We're a little diplomatic. We say these assumptions are subject and expected to change. Oh, yes, they'll definitely change, especially in this environment. And you heard Mr. Reed talk a little bit about that. So this is our capacity. The next slide, again, very similar to last year. We're going to show you what our obligation is and what our capacity is, and you see that here. The middle column is the current amount of our capacity versus our bonds outstanding for both governmental and the water, wastewater bonds. And you see over to the right our current bonding potential. Walking you through it very, very briefly, just under $1.2 billion worth of potential capacity in the governmental funds, and a little under $1 billion in the capacity of the water, wastewater bonds. Now, again, here's where I will again stress potential and reiterate that we are by no means advocating that council enter into this level of debt. This is merely our potential to give you and the public some sense of scale. I have shared this before and will continue to share it. Our overarching philosophy is to advocate and recommend financing only if it meets council's and the mayor's goals. Debt financing is simply a tool, one of many, that we've shared and that we've exercised in the past and that we'll undoubtedly exercise in the future. But we have been asked to opine on the capacity, and you see it here. That concludes the official part of my presentation. Again, just to summarize what's coming, I anticipate, look forward to, and appreciate council's interest for what I anticipate will be lengthy discussions on where we go from here with the CIT renewal, with our planned debt issuances, with the fiscal year 26 budget, and with the fiscal year 26 through 30 capital improvement plan. So thank you. It's a great deal of information. Council is fortunate to have a great deal of flexibility.
Thank you. Before I go to Councilwoman Hurtak, I often talk about, I don't like debt. I like my very high beacon score. Maybe I say things I shouldn't talk about, but, I learn a lot from Councilmember Miranda, and he mentioned something earlier today, what his father told him. If I can't pay for it in 30 days, don't buy it. Is it the most realistic? Sometimes you need more time, but you know what? It makes sense. I don't like carrying credit card debt. I like keeping my beacon score super high. I like knowing that if I need to, I can go and finance, certain things, whatever. But as I compare that, my personal finances to public money, which is what we're here in our capacity, I think we need to treat it the same. Just because we can, doesn't mean we have to. Yes, is there capacity and availability and available credit? But you began this presentation, as you always do, look at our credit and bond ratings. I like having an 800-plus beacon score. I like keeping it. I monitor it every month. The city of Tampa is ranked number 2 behind Milwaukee. I think you.
Minneapolis. Oh,
but I'm not bitter.
That's a diss.
I'm sorry, no, I've never been there. So anyways, I like to keep it like that and have the reputation that Tampa has that we are in good financial shape. Because, again, you've been here long enough. I see Mayor Iorio every so often. Fantastic mayor, because she and her team and all the many people that are still here had to weather a very terrible storm, of layoffs and loss of revenue. And as I mentioned this morning, as we go into the uncertainty politically, what's going to happen with that federal money? Councilmember Hurtak does a great job at scrutinizing, because we don't know. Nothing is guaranteed, especially now. We don't know what's going to happen with the property taxes. Thankfully, the CIT was renewed for a shorter period of time, but we have that lifeline. But I think we just need to be careful. Yes, we have a lot of projects in the works. Somebody mentioned something about fixing the flooding, whatever. We're not cutting. That is a separate thing. But at the same time, we need to treat it responsibly as we would our finances. Debt is not good. I've been there where you're paying crazy interest rates and credit card, and I don't do that anymore. And I don't want to be in that position. I like to be in a financially strong position, just like the city is. And again, we need to be careful. And I know the meetings are long, and I know we ask a lot of questions, but we don't want to leave the next generation, the next mayor, the next city council with. I spoke to another unnamed former mayor. When those bonds come due, when you have to pay, I don't think it's a good deal. You know what? They were elected mayor for a reason, and they have their own experience. But again, we need to, as we move forward, tread carefully, and that's it. Thank you for this is a wonderful presentation. I look forward to going into further detail on my own. Councilmember Hurtak.
Thank you. So I just have a quick question about this last slide here that I think will be beneficial. So this governmental. The governmental bonds outstanding, I see water and wastewater here, and I know that solid waste is not here because right now it's bundled into government. Can you tell me the bonds outstanding, how much of that is solid waste?
It was like 100.
It's 107? 120. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's the sort of thing that I think is helpful because we know we're going to be pulling that out. Yes. And on that note, looking at these, I agree with Chair Maniscalco to a point. We do need to be very cautious, but personal finance is not the same as government finance. We do bond. We bond as a government. As a personal, my goal is to not have much debt at all. But a government's always going to float some type of debt, and I'm completely acceptable of that, and that's normal. But the other thing that I would love to see, and this is slide 19. You don't have to. Well, if you can, but if you don't have to, this is the total city principal and interest and annual payments, and this is a hard thing to see because we're looking at governmental versus enterprise. This is where the enterprise gets on top. And the enterprise, even though we look at it as government debt, that debt has a solid way of being paid back that has a trajectory of the monthly bills. So I would really love to see this in the future I mean, it's nice to see it together, but also pulled separately so we can really see what we're looking at. The orange is it's scary, but that's the least scary part of it for me. Because it's debt that is going, I mean, we have a solid way of paying for that. But the blue is the stuff that we really need to discuss more because we don't have as much room. It looks like we have tons of room, but that's where we have the least amount of money to pay these back. So I would love to look at that way. And then the same thing for, so it's slide 19 and slide 33 is kind of the same way. That is current debt and future debt. When you show a slide like that, and again, I know that FY 29, the current debt is so high because of solid waste. Well, again, can we make that like a different color? Right now it's blue and green. Yeah, is there a way we can section some of that blue into orange so we can visualize a little bit better what the actual current debt is, if that makes any sense?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sorry, yeah, public's being shown a different one, but anyway, thank you very much. Those are my comments.
Was it up? I did not notice.
Oh, don't worry, we're okay.
Anything else? Or
Oh, no, thank you. That was it. I'm sure I'll have more questions later, but I really do appreciate this report, and I appreciate everyone who came today. Great explanations.
Thank you, ma'am.
Carlson Clendon.
I'm told that yesterday the legislature filed House Bill 991, which would modify Section 163 regarding CRAs and limit the bonding capacity and maybe shut down CRAs sooner. So I don't, besides the fact that in the city of Tampa anyway, the CRA is separate from the city, we need to be careful about what we do with the CRA money in the future because we don't know how much of it will be there, if any. But second, the governor has proposed getting rid of property taxes and shifting to sales tax. Do you know what the sales tax amount would have to be to cover our revenues that we get from ad valorem taxes? And then what is that? I wonder if the bonding experts could tell us what does that do to our bond ratings if suddenly those revenue sources are gone and there's some adjustment period?
To answer to your first question, we're calculating that now. We're interested to know also what would have to happen with the sales tax versus the property tax. The second question I will turn to any experts that may be able to answer at this time. Doesn't look like there's a throng of people coming up to the podium, but we can research it and circle back to you, sir.
I think the highest sales tax in the country is around 10%. Maybe more, maybe in California, Los Angeles, around there.
Yeah, but they also have state income tax.
And they have
Let me just say also, I think the process is the governor would get the legislature to put it on the ballot, and it would have to be an amendment to the Florida Constitution. But if that passes, so we might still be a year or more away, but if it passes, it'll change everything.
Hi, I'm Jerry Ford with Ford & Associates, and Molly can speak specifically to your particular non-enterprise debt, but in general, you have no debt that is secured at this point by ad valorem taxes. It's all non-ad valorem tax, it's sales tax, it's other forms of revenue. The challenge with eliminating a property tax anywhere, whether it was Prop 13 in California back when I was there in graduate school, working for the city of Claremont, or whether it's today here, is that sales taxes tend to be far more highly elastic than property taxes. And so that's your real issue. They tend to rise and fall unpredictably. We saw that back in the 07, 08 timeframe, right? So that's where your risk comes in. It's not really what does it do to the debt you have today, because that's not secured by ad valorem taxes.
All right, Clendon.
Yeah, one statement about that is that sales tax disproportionately impacts middle class and working people and benefits the extraordinarily wealthy, by the way. So that's one thing to say, and watch out for that. On bonding, I just want to re-emphasize my position on this, that government bonding, and Councilwoman Hurtak hit on this, there's an appropriate place for government bonding. that we have generational financing of infrastructure. If you did not have bonding, the people that live in the city today would have to pay real time for infrastructure that has got a longevity of 40, 50 years in the future. So the people that are like of your youth would end up having to fully pay, your taxes would have to go up so that you would have to pay for a $100 million project today that people are going to be using 30 years from now. So it is a interest of fairness of amortizing the cost of that useful life of that project over the life for the people that are going to be living in the city, people that aren't even born yet, or people that are going to be moving to this area. So there's a very appropriate use of that, and also just on a pure, trying to relate it back to Council, our Chairman Maniscalco. There's a difference between bonding wants versus needs. And your needs, like for your home, you will finance a house because the amount of money that it takes to do it, and you're going to amortize again that over the cost of you living in that home per year. It's the same thing with the city. These large projects you can't really absorb in one fiscal year. You need to spread it out, and the way we bring revenue in. It's a way for us to be able to disperse that money over multiple fiscal years in a predictable way. So there is, again, it's a very much different between needs versus wants. I will go with you on the want stuff versus the need stuff.
Yeah,
So,
no, I agree with that.
Yeah, so we need to keep that in mind. There is very much a logical purpose of government financing that we should take advantage of when we can. I mean, shame that we did not finance everything with historically low interest rates. I think if we could go backwards, we would have financed everything and the earth during that period of time.
Everything.
And we would have been paying very little interest rates on those things and been fat, dumb, and happy, laughing all the way to the bank. But we did not, and here we are today. So I think that's all I wanted to say. I just wanted to set that conversation to say that it is a balance. I think there are things that we should support through financing. There are things that are coming up, as I said, when we voted on these authorizations, that I was not going to support financing those things. So when those votes come up, I won't support bonding those things, and there we go.
Thank you very much.
And I'm sorry, this may be a good time to just postscript very briefly based on Councilman Clendenin's and your initial comments, Mr. Chair. When we talk about bonding capacity, I want to make it very clear, remind council and make it very clear to the public, we're not saying this is what you can afford. Okay, what you can afford is up to the mayor and council based on priorities, revenue forecasts, any number of other things. This is simply the flexibility and capacity. So I don't want to give that misimpression that you could afford to bond all that much.
Thank you very much. Stephanie Pointer.
Thank you.
And that will close out today's workshop with new business, finalizing it. Yes, ma'am, please state your name.
Good afternoon, Stephanie Pointer. $3.5 billion in capacity and $2.8 billion in current. That's 80% of our debt our debt ratio. I mean, I might be wrong. I just used the number that was in this. I could be. I'm with Councilman Clendenin. Wants, needs. Yes, I want us to bond for infrastructure because we need infrastructure. We need it desperately. But some of the questions that come into my head is how much of this bonding numbers are projected to come from federal dollars? Because we've learned today that we don't get the money until we've spent the money. So how much of that's going to come from federal dollars? I'm telling you, I'm not going to say what I was going to say. Bottom line is that I'd like to see where we're raising our fees and getting our fees up to our actual costs, because some of this can be offset by that. I've asked for the mobility plan to be presented like 15 times. I've had it since 2023, and nobody on council has asked for it to come back in front of you guys so that we can get started raising those fees. I don't get it. Maybe I'm missing something. What is the tipping point from debt to income, where your debt fees are? I know if I see a credit score and somebody's got already used up 80% of their credit limit, I'm telling them probably not, unless they've got a considerable amount of money in the bank. I also want to know, how long does a transaction for financing usually take to pay off in the real world? If you refinance a property, the rule of thumb is usually 3 years. You have to stay in the house at least 3 years for it to pay off to refi. So how long would that take? My biggest concern, again, is the federal dollars. I don't believe we're going to get $5 from DC anytime soon. And when we start counting chickens before they hatch, I just feel like that's a really, really bad plan for anything but a absolute positive need. Not a want, but a need at this point. Then we can start spending money once we figure out where they're going to land. But these guys have no clue what they're doing. They are saying, they are following the line every step of the way. And until we figure out what they're actually going to do and whether anybody's going to stand up and say, hey, we have roles and we have resolutions. I have a doctoral candidate friend who has not received her money this month, or for this semester. She can't even access to finish her doctorate right now because they've closed down all of the census data. They've closed down other data sites that she would use to finish her doctorate in bridges, in high need areas. She can't finish her work and she doesn't have any money to pay her bills. We're next. Trust me.
Is that through student loans?
No, this is she's a veteran, so she gets her veterans money, but she should be receiving student work study money.
All right. Councilmember Hurtak, and then we'll kick it off with new business.
I just have a real quick question for Mr. O'Hara. In this grade 8 report, the report, not the presentation, and I hate, y'all are gonna kill me for beating a dead horse, but on here, it says the West River Walk, that we're getting a $24 million federal build grant. Do we, and if I remember correctly, it was only 5.7, not 24 million, or
No, it
6
was
million.
substantial. Yes, it's 24.
Okay, do we have that money in the bank?
I think that's also a reimbursable grant, yes.
So that's reimbursable. Okay. I just want everybody to soak that in. The West River Walk, we don't have a penny of that $24 million. It's reimbursable. We don't have any of that money, and we've approved that. Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Miranda, do you have any new business?
Yes, we have a night meeting tonight.
All right. Councilmember Vieira.
So it's funny, Councilman Clendenin, I was going to bring this up because I didn't know if I was going to be here, so please have at it, kind sir. But what I was going to say is, Council, that I had sent a memo that this evening I was going to be here in person. My son has a school trip to New York City, and one parent has got to be there for a preparation meeting at Freedom High School in Tampa Palms. And I long story short, I have to be there in person, so I will be here from 5 to 6. I'll run over to Freedom, and then as soon as it's done, I will be back virtually, so my apologies. And I was going to ask if somebody could make this, but in case if I'm not here, so that's fine. May I make a quick motion? Sure. If I may. Thank you. So, actually, two, if I may. The Tampa Fire Station 25, for the quarterly report, it comes up on May 15th. I motion, pursuant to what I'd said before, that staff report on all efforts that have been done to expedite the process for a 2025 ribbon cutting and an opening in 2027 at the May 15th meeting. Did they specify all efforts that have been done?
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
And then second, this is on March 27th, and I'm going to move an item there on cemeteries to May 15th. We have apparently from the state of, or from the feds, a great deal of money that's coming to us, several $100 million from the county, then potentially part of it to the city of Tampa. And I want to make sure to see, to get an update on that money, given all the uncertainty that's been happening in Washington, D.C. And the next available date for that for a report from the administration would be March 27th. And I'm also going to move the cemetery item to May 15th to make room, to make sure that we're good with our rules. So that's my motion, if I may.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor? Aye. Any
And
opposed?
I'll have a memo sent out for time on
Okay.
the cemetery item, I promise. Thank you, Council.
Councilmember Clendenin.
So the chairman has asked that I wait until this evening to introduce this resolution. And can I ask to do it at the beginning of the meeting during what would normally be, if it was a day meeting, of the accommodation and presentation?
now, we're good.
Oh, you do it now? Oh, I thought you wanted me to do it tonight.
No, you're good.
Okay, so, I would like,
Marty to put it up so people can read it?
yeah, go ahead.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, so you know, Tampa is a very diverse city, and we honor our diversity of our community of all walks of life, and it's an incredible place to live and to raise children in, and part of that incredible diversity is our Muslim community. And I would like to introduce a resolution celebrating Muslim Heritage Month in conjunction with Ramadan 2025. Whereas the city of Tampa is committed to promoting inclusivity, diversity, and cultural understanding amongst all of its residents, and the Muslim community has significantly contributed to the social and cultural, economic, and civic fabric of Tampa, enriching our city with their diverse traditions and perspectives. And whereas Ramadan, the 9th month of Islamic lunar calendar, is a sacred period of fasting, prayer, reflection, and community observation by Muslims worldwide, and whereas the 2025 Ramadan is expected to commence on the evening of Friday, February 28th, 2025, and conclude on the evening of Saturday, March 29th, 2025, subject to the sightings of the moon, and whereas celebrating this period as Muslim Heritage Month provides an opportunity to honor and celebrate the rich heritage, history, and contributions of Muslim Americans in Tampa and beyond, and whereas such recognition fosters greater understanding, appreciation of Islamic culture and traditions, promoting unity and respect among all communities. And whereas similar initiatives have been undertaken, such as designation of December 2022 as Muslim Heritage Month in the state of Florida, acknowledge the importance of recognizing Muslim contributions in our society, and whereas the city of Tampa acknowledges the importance of inclusivity and the recognition of all cultural and religious communities that contribute to the city's vibrant diversity. Now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Tampa that the City of Tampa hereby celebrates the period of February 28th, 2025 to March 29th, 2025 as Muslim Heritage Month in conjunction with observations of Ramadan. The city encourages educational institutions and community organizations, businesses, and residents to participate in activities and programs that honor and celebrate the contributions of the Muslim community. The city supports initiatives that promote understanding, respect, and collaboration among all cultural and religious groups within the city of Tampa. This resolution shall take effect immediately upon adoption.
We have a motion and a second from Hurtak. All in favor?
Aye.
Any, yes?
So does that mean we've adopted it? It's not coming back or
If
anything?
I can.
Yes, Mr. Shelby.
Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. This is a draft. This is the first time that it's been presented. It could be put into proper form, and it could be brought back tonight.
Okay.
Okay.
And if I may, it's funny, Councilman Clendenin.
Tim, did you hear that?
And it's funny, Councilman Clendenin, because this MDF, I've been trying to work with the mayor's office to get a proclamation on the same thing, and then I didn't know that they sent you that, so I'm glad, because I thought I was gonna have to motion for something and then write something up by next week, because it's March next week, so I'm glad.
It starts tomorrow night.
The what?
Ramadan starts tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
So thank you for that, sir. I really appreciate it, because that's why I was gonna ask if somebody could make a motion tonight for it, if I'm not here. So that's why I'm glad, so I'm surprised, or pleasantly surprised with that. I was also gonna do something at the New Tampa Rec Center, and I do it every year for Ramadan, as well as Christmas and Hanukkah. I'm also gonna have one for Diwali as well. And so I'll let y'all know whenever that is, and if you, as the maker of the motion, wanna present this to anybody there, please have at it, sir. Delighted, so thank you.
Councilmember Hurtak, do you want to do new business now, or do you want
Yeah,
to?
I just have one quick thing.
Okay.
So I am hosting the very first ride the bus with the new Route 1 fare free. So we're taking a tour through Tampa Heights, where we're going to get on at the Sprouts on Tampa Street and take it down to the streetcar, take the streetcar over to Sparkman Wharf, and everybody can get their own lunch, and then we'll come back just to show people how to use the bus and how to use the different apps. And just to update y'all on this, the very last year there were the ridership was at 3,100 in December. In January, it went to 4,000 a month, and as of last month, we have heard that it is now 4,800 riders a week. Good. Last week, it even got to 4,950. And those are preliminary numbers, but this has been a wild success. And I feel like I can already say that, but just for any member of the community who might be willing to join us on the 1 on Saturday.
Councilwoman Hurtak?
At 11 a.m.
I would like to object. This is the second time today that you have stepped on my toes with dad jokes. A wonderful.
I did not choose that. There was an activist who chose that. So
Myself and Councilman Miranda probably objects to that. This is 2 times today that you've done this.
Sorry. I guess
Councilmember Carlson, do you want to do new business now? Or
If you don't mind, 2 quick ones. One, thank you to the Muslim community for reaching out to us, and we wish them well over the next month. I'd like to, in the flooding issue, I'd like to make this now because I want to try to move this forward quickly. There were many places in South Tampa, at least, where there used to be retention ponds, but somehow houses were approved for building inside former retention ponds. And I've been out to these places with stormwater and wastewater and others, and in some places, I don't want to mention addresses, but in some places, there's no solution other than to buy the houses and rebuild the retention ponds. I would like to make a motion to ask city staff to study the possibility of procuring land that was previously ponds, retention ponds, or drainage areas and has been rezoned to homes and report back on June 5th.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Yes, sir.
Thank you. The last thing.
Wait, Councilman Miranda. Okay.
No, last thing. Lynn and I were at a tour of Hyde Park last Saturday. It doesn't seem like it's been. Harold Walker, who's been a longtime leader of the Hyde Park area and community in general, has raised money twice working with parks to redo Kate Jackson Park. He was in the process of redoing Hyde Park. In fact, we had meetings with Tony Mulkey and others last week about that. He also had raised money to replace Laurel Oaks with live oaks in Hyde Park. People want to protect the tree canopy, but trees are falling down, and so they replaced them. And he was some neighborhood associations were recording him speaking so that he could take that information then to other neighborhoods to help them to replant trees. As we're walking down the street, we get a block away from his house, and he passed out and never recovered. So I just want to wish his services tomorrow at 10:30 at Hyde Park United Methodist, and then afterwards at Kate Jackson Park. Thanks to the Parks Department for working with them. But I'd just like to make a motion for an off-site commendation. Yeah.
We have a motion from Councilmember Carlson, second from Councilmember Hurtak. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
That's for Harold Walker. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Carson, is there any movement or discussion about that former art center there by the baseball fields, by the old Winn-Dixie? Because that thing's been empty and vacant, burnt out forever.
So we can't talk about it outside of this forum, but the building has black mold or something in it, and so the Parks Department is going to start demolishing it soon. That's why it's been empty. Kathy Durden and Donna Morrison and others would like to put a new art center in its place. The Parks Department, at the request of Harold Walker and others, is about to start a process. Thank you to the Chief of Staff for moving this forward. About to start a process to talk to the public about what should go in that park. This is the park on Swan next to Winn-Dixie. It's actually called Hyde Park. The park is called Hyde Park. And so the idea is, do we keep what's there or do we put something new? I'm sure Kathy and Donna will be pushing for an art center. Other people may push for other things. But as that public process starts, we recommend that everybody in the community go to put their opinion forward. Thanks.
Councilman Miranda.
May I ask Ms. Porter one question? Come to the mic, please. What you said about the fees and mobility, I didn't quite get all of it, and I like to be very explicit when this motion is made.
The mobility study that I've had at least the preliminary copy of since September of 2023, it came back, the fee study, yes, the fee study. But I've had that copy since 2023. And it was brought up, and we paid for something a couple weeks ago, and I asked about it then. I'm like, why are we spending money on, did we get, I don't understand why we didn't get what we need.
I'd like to make a motion to have mobility present to us the 2023 product that they put together and sent in, and to see where we're at so we can either vote it up or down.
If anybody's asking for it, send me an email, I'll send it to you.
Didn't the budget, didn't we have this hand this off to the
I
Budget
don't
and
know,
Finance Committee?
But I heard something like that. I want to make sure that we.
How about May 1st?
Yeah. It's in
Marty
the balance,
didn't,
so-
no?
May 1st is free.
Okay, it's on for May 1st. Tell me.
Second.
All right, I'm sorry, I removed what I said.
She's just giving you a date.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You want to do it on May 1st?
yeah, May 2nd. We do
May
it on May
1st.
2nd.
First.
Okay.
All right, we have a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. We have a motion
Second.
to receive and file and a second from Councilmember Miranda, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned. We will be back at 5:01 PM.